Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Corvus Korek, Dr. Vishnevsky, The Chaucer, Trash Comps, Broad Meadow Luck 2, J-Chan, Sir Kells, Master Maticus, George Rockland, JSF MPGH, WL30, and Antiwian. Hello, hello. That's right, definitely first Antiwian. Okay, so as you may have noticed, we've got a couple fresh chat commands. RP and FP, realized potential and failed potential. Yesterday's stream was a bit of a roller coaster. We had 3 brothers reach level 11. 3 brothers have reached level 11. How many level 11 brothers do we have right now? 0. We have 0. We have 0 brothers who are currently level 11, and it's not because they hit level 12. It is because Apples and Fruits, the one of 3 that successfully realized their potential, we took into the fight against the Barbarian Madman, which was perhaps ill-advised, and we missed our 70% chance to hits. He hit his 40s. What you gonna do? And yeah, we got a cut arm sinew from one of his attacks. Might have even been the first one. I'd have to go back and look. I doubt the first one could do that much penetration. It doesn't matter. In any case, the one time after our the third round where we were actually engaged in combat and we were able to finally land a hit, it still did really good damage despite being reduced. I think it's a 40% damage reduction. So, had we hit him first, it would have been, the other way around, where we would have pretty reliably not only injured, but completely stripped his armor, where the dog actually even does reasonable damage at that point, and should only be like 2 hits to kill. And unfortunately, well, we died first. Can you try again? You've never failed that. Yeah, you can try again. You can try again. Not delusional. Hello, hello. So, yeah, we can try again, and we will eventually, right? The icy cave is still there, right? So we can still enter it. So, you've lost the fight, but you're a save scummer? Oh, sure. Yeah, so you lose the fight, and, that's just, you lose. And since it's only one brother, it's just like a, certainly not like campaign ending or anything like that. But you can go back there at a later date and then just start again. You should be allowed to roll in there with a bunch of people the second time. Nah, I think I like the way it's designed right now. So we've got a few more bros that hopefully will be reaching level 10 or level 11 today. We've got several level 10s. We've got Sir Kells here, who's only 1,000 experience away. Trash Comps, who's like 2,000. Fulio, that's like 3,000. Wolfadin, who's only 1,000 away. And Eagle It Up, who's like 4,000 away. So we're going to hit more potentials today. And so we'll hopefully succeed at some of those. Do we get the loots from our fallen bro if we return to avenge him? We do not. Pretty sure that's just gone for forever. So we purchased, so that brother had our best armor on, and we purchased a proper warhammer. We also paid real, big boy funds to train Apples and Fruits in a skill at the training grounds. So we threw a whole bunch of money, just threw a bunch of money away, and a level 11 brother. So pretty sad. Yeah, the ghost camps are a ton of experience. What's your character at? Let's Let's see, the Chaucer is... Oh, I think you had an injury recently. Level 9, level 9. So, what I think we're gonna do is I left myself a little snack fight, which was very nice of me, really. And I must have sold stuff beforehand, though. Do I want to sell these Geist Tears? Maybe I actually want to craft some Forgetfulness Potions, potentially? Well, unlikely. The Phantom Draft, though, I think is pretty dang good. It seems to me like if we get the Phantom Draft, that we can just, like, do big goblin camps without issue? I don't know. R.I.P. Apples, you biffed it? Yeah. Yeah, very sad, very sad. So I guess we'll start off with the Drive Off Brigands. We also know that according to a tavern rumor, which I think was here, and let's see, is it? No, tavern rumors I think refresh. Although apparently Deep Tangle in the Forest east of here is here. That there is an overwhelming location, which I believe means a legendary location, northwest of Vardestead, or maybe it was northwest of Weilersheim. I think we're in Vardestead. In any case, like northwest of Vardestead, there's not that much. So there's gonna be a legendary location over there somewhere. We'll go check it out. But first things first, we're gonna go bust up a Briggy camp. Hope everyone's having a wonderful Thursday. It's a sort of drizzly day here. Actually, the weather ended up being not as bad. So I originally had some Thursday evening plans, which I'll have for most of the summer. But the weather guessers said it would be an 85% chance of rain right now. And it's like, not really raining. It's only kind of raining. But taking the time to enjoy a stream. A storm so crazy there, you lost power, but it came back in time for some Battle Brothers watching. Hey, you love to see it. You just wrapped up several days of wet and cloudy, and it moved into the sun here in the Pacific Northwest. Hey, that's nice. My understanding is that you don't necessarily always get that much sunshine in the Pacific Northwest. At least that's what people seem to say and claim. You're feeling positive for the next two promised potentials? I am cautiously optimistic. How close are you to level 10? Ulfadin, you are... Let's see, are you currently in the lineup? I'm trying to remember which brother you are. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're the other Swordlands. Yeah, you're very close. 1,000 experience away. In fact, I think you'll be the next one to reach it. Scary? Scary. Very scary. Okay, so I think we'll just chill just right as we are. With the exception of our Spear Bro, who we're gonna have. Keep him from... Now they might spill all the way around here, but if they do, like, honestly, that's kind of fine. Because that's quite a lot of movement. We should recruit his brother Carrots and Vegetables so we can avenge him. I think his brother's actually celery and vegetables, I think was what Apples and Fruits joked about several weeks ago. I don't know why I remember that. I think it was celery though. Okay, we do need to make sure Travesty doesn't get engaged on by the direwolves around the edge. Just gonna bring him up to here. You still remember that young orc that hit you with an 18 and 30 chances? Yeah. Yeah. Twice. Twice. A 1-2 punch. You still basically saved the company in that fight, keeping the Zorks off of us, but it's cruel. Carrots is their ginger sister. Chicken and meat too, we are triplets. I knew it. Chicken and meat, apples and fruits, celery and vegetables. Are we gonna go classic food pyramid? Is that the way it works? Why is meat singular? Are they a bastard? Hello, gang. Hello. Full force. What a what an interesting sentence. Just don't invite his weird uncle drugs and alcohol. Yeah, keep the weird uncle out of there. And I don't think they'll run away yet. Oh, weird. It was like a mix? This one ran forward, but the other two ran away. What did they start at? Wasn't it, oh, maybe it was 12? Was it 12 that they started with? So yeah, I think if it... So 4.5, I guess I'm assuming that rounds... I don't know which direction that rounds, the 35% remaining forces. I used to know this, and that detail has escaped me. I think it's below 35%, so they'd have to be at 4 to run away. I don't think it rounds at all, maybe. In any case, I guess that would mean they're running away. Except for this guy. I think it just increases the score of the... of that choice in like the AI target selection. So there's like a really low but still existent chance that they just stick around to fight. How will you pivot the Phalanx if Promised Potential will shine in a different role? We'll probably just keep them as Phalanx bros, because that's how I've been building them. Not, so let me rephrase. That's how I've been building out their stat lines, right? So the Phalanx bros are stat-wise mostly built as like really powerful defensive brothers. And so because of that, I think it'll make sense for them to still remain as part of a core Phalanx frontline. All right, so Vance Lightning has leveled up here. And what should we go with? Maybe I'll just grab Flail Spinner. Flail Spinner's good. And we'll just go secondaries plus melee defense here. Ulfidin's inching ever closer. And also we got enough, oh! Broken Exile is being pessimistic, you hate to see it. We did get 3 unusually large wolf pelts there, so we can craft an attachment, which is nice. Oh yeah, this is gonna be like a nothing fight. Like a nothing fight. Just a bunch of briggies. A bunch of young, weak briggies. 59 melee attack at level 10 is... it just is. It's not bad. I've learned to set my standards so low. Now, is it a coping mechanism? 74 after potential? That's right, that's the better way to look at it. 74 after potential. We still have a few regular knives that we want, so... $94 after 20 bonus levels? 94 after 20 bonus levels. These briggies are scared. As they should be. Not those guys, though. $1 billion if we edit the file, if we're living in make-believe land here. Uh-huh. Arbitrarily large, right? There is no limit, really. We could have infinite. We could go infinite, why not? Alright, I'm gonna bring Ulfedin forward. Because I wanted to do that. I'm happy with my choice. Full force. Soji would never edit the file, so it's not an option. True. Well played. Okay, so we're bringing these bros up to stop them from running away as easily. Want to make sure we claim all of that delicious experience. Can't be letting them get away. Give that guy a full force slam. Does the dog give EXP to the owner? No, the dog will give experience split amongst all brothers. At least that's how it's supposed to work, and presumably does. You're so stoked for Kingsguard? Will you try to fish for him? We will make... I'm not going to call it fishing for him. We will make reasonable attempts to acquire him. Maybe is a good way of putting it. Full force. And what do you think? Should I do another prediction before the next bro? Should I just do that for every brother as they reach their potential? It happens infrequently enough, I may as well. You only get a special, you know, event with each brother once. So, may as well make it worth something, you know? Alright, so we'll return to Vardestead. It's kind of a long way away. And yeah, we've still got a long queue. And yeah, and it works. It's incredible. It just keeps working. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Okay, so I want to go up to the northwest. Now, what I should have done is bought a little bit more food. I kind of didn't realize we would be returning in the middle of the night. It's like that Billy Joel song. I love that song when I was a kid. But yeah, I want to go northwest looking for the legendary location, because I think it might be... There's a reasonable chance, anyway, that it would be the abandoned village, or whatever it's called. Which for the longest time, when it first released, I actually thought could only spawn in the green, grassy central part of the map. Because that's just where it happened to spawn the first, I don't know, 3 or 4 times I saw it. Enough that it was forming a pattern, but actually it can spawn in, I think, everywhere except for the snow and desert, I want to say. I think it can spawn in like Badlands and grass and tundra. I think that's true. If all goes bad, we'll need more brothers. Yeah, we're gonna need more. I mean, if half of the brothers don't realize their potential, then we gotta, you know, replace half. And then if those half don't make it, then we gotta replace those half. You know, 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8, blah blah blah. In other words, we got an infinite series here. But it's okay. It's infinitely countable, but Jim, it doesn't, you know, we're not going to hire brothers infinitely. Gambling. And I might sit here near Vardestead waiting for it to become morning just so I can get more food. Abandoned village only spawns on grassland or tundra? Oh, okay, so it does not spawn on the steppe or badlands. Okay. Hey, thanks, Pashi. Just started watching. What does reaching their potential mean in this run? So we are playing the Hardened submod for Reforged. And in that, the lowest of the low backgrounds, beggars, cripples, and refugees, have a special perk where they've got a 50-50 shot of either realizing their potential, where they become very fancy, basically, or failing their potential, where the perk ends up making them a nothing, a nobody. So half of the brothers are going to be a nobody, and half of the brothers are going to be exceptional, but only once they hit level 11. So that's what it means in the context of this run. Not sure if you're familiar with the mod or what your knowledge is. Okay, I might get just a little more food than that. And I suppose we'll sell stuff here too. The sale price is reasonably good. They don't have the... Okay, no. Is it just you? Is the portal turned off? It's just a normal looking window? Yeah, so it's kind of like drizzly and rainy outside. So the portal to the other realm is currently turned off. And I might put just a little bit of tools too. I'm going to sell the Geist Tears. I don't think I'm going to craft these for a little while. I think the Phantom Draft was the Geist tier plus the other, whatever, dog ghost item. So I think it's fine. Okay, I think there's nothing else we want to do here. Nothing else we want to buy or sell. And no brothers we can recruit. And so, let's check out this area northwest here. So maybe there will be a legendary location. We shall see. But holy water? Yeah, so they, and I think that's from Crockpot. The marketplaces now sell holy water, but it no longer does splash. And, you know, Ancient Dead in this mod have some substantially beefed up hit points, where the holy water isn't as good as, you know, in vanilla, where one holy water will kill a legionary, and it will leave an honor guard with, I think just 5 HP. So it is, in fact, the abandoned village. There we go. I mean, by process of elimination, it really couldn't be much else. We'd found the watermill. We've found the curious shipwreck. What else even could be in the center of the map? So, like, it can't be... I don't think it could be anything. Does that command still work? I guess I probably have it turned off. I don't think there's anything else it could have been other than those. Not this close to civilization anyway. Obviously, like, Black Monolith can spawn in the tundra, but not this close to civilization. So Black Monolith's gonna have to be on the right side of the map. Same deal with Goblin Village. Or Goblin City. What else even could be in the tundra? I guess that ancient temple or whatever could be here. I don't know its exact spawn rules. So, anyway, it is the abandoned village. And I think we should be able to do it. It's not that bad of a fight. I wonder if parry works. I guess they're weapon attacks, right? Yeah, they must be. So the phalanx isn't really going to be super great in this fight because enemies are... You know, we're going to get pulled by the tentacles and stuff. The one nice thing is, since we've got our shield sergeant, if a brother does get pulled and it cancels their shield wall, we can use our shield sergeant to reapply that. So that'll be nice. Where would the Ancient Spire be? Oh, I suppose Ancient Spire could be here too. I forgot about Ancient Spire. Yeah, Ancient Spire, I feel like tends to also be further from civilization than this. Again, almost every single location has like, it has rules for where it can spawn. And a lot of the legendary locations are actually like within a band. So not so far, like not to the, there's both an upper and lower bound, I guess, from the nearest city. For a lot of them. I don't know about Ancient Spire. Okay. And are there any adjustments I want to make? I mean, I think I'm going to bring in like Broken Exile. And I'll probably leave Travesty back at home. The Fault Finders really like to pull ranged bros. And like Eriko is okay because he's got Nimble. So I'm not as worried about him. You know, we are bringing a couple bros with rotation. So that'll be handy. And I'm not going to bring any of the low-level brothers. Just, you know, again, the risk is they could get pulled by a tentacle, and it hurts. This fight pretty much always does some amount of damage. Like, it's pretty hard to avoid taking damage in this fight. And I have no idea what kind of experience the little gremlins give. Ooh, let's do a caca. Caca! See what we see. Now, I think there's supposed to be 3 Fault Finders, so the third one presumably is up there somewhere. So if there are 14 enemies, so we've got 4 visible here, 4 visible here, and 1 there. So we've got 9 currently visible. Yeah, I'm guessing the other ones are going to come from up here. Just bring 12 of those Corpse Eater birds? Actually, actually, that's kind of a good idea. Oh, and interestingly, so I think the... So Flesh Pull, for those who are curious, I think this is still the exact same as how the ability works in vanilla. So it has infinite range, essentially. However, it can only be used when it is pulling a target towards a corpse or allied flesh golem that is at most 3 tiles away. So it can't just pull you if you are far from everything. And I think, again, that's also how it works in vanilla. Pretty sure. How does it work if a shield brother is surrounded by more than one and the shield sergeant uses a shield push? So he's just going to push once, but I think the real question there, Antiwian, is will it target a random enemy, or, like with most things in Battle Brothers, simply do an evaluation where it starts at the top, right? So if it happened to be this brother, where it goes here and then circles around clockwise. So in other words, if an enemy is on this hex, will it always try to push them? I don't know. I don't know. Tooltip does say random. Tooltip does say random. And generally speaking, Dark Souls tooltips are pretty good. for free on a random valid tile. Yeah, so I assume it probably is actually random. So I retract my previous statement. It's probably a random one. Okay, so yeah, the other dude guy was above us, and I have not determined what I think the best way of doing this fight is. I've tried moving in a certain direction, I've tried running, I've tried doing all sorts of things. I have not reached a conclusion for how I think this fight is best done. I really don't know. And even after doing it, I still don't know. But I think we'll just curl up into a little ball. And then be ready for them to pull our bros forward. And are the flesh golems changed in any way? They have fearsome, and I can't remember if they have fast adaptation in vanilla. They don't have fearsome, right? I mean, they're given the hardened perk suite, right? So savage, strength, pathfinder, menacing, fearsome, and fast adaptation. So they've got some stuff going on. We're going to be loading up into an age-old, tried, tested, and true formation, some sort of triangle. The Custer defense, that should work. Did it work for Custer? I guess it probably didn't. So I think as long as I move Eagledub so he's not 3 tiles away from this dude guy, that he should be okay. It left a lot to be desired. Oh, okay. And just kidding. I guess it was going to be true until this guy moved forward. I suppose putting a dog down is still kind of valid. And we've canceled our shield wall there, but that's fine. It worked for Custer until it didn't. I guess he did have his last stand, as it were. So I don't want Erico to get pulled. So let's move him like to here. Actually, he might pull him there, which is fine. That's okay. So let's bring Broken Exile down. And maybe Ulfadin down too. Did I want to kill that enemy? I maybe didn't. Confirmed. I do love a good custard. And not like custard as ice cream. I mean like custard. Yeah, I think we're just gonna eat a bunch of corpse explosions and that's just kind of how it is. I mean, I could have Broken Exile maybe sprint down there because he's able to get to him the turn after next. Maybe I just do that. I don't know if that's worthwhile or not. I really, truly don't. And do I just move through the miasma? This brother has 44 hit points. Wow, that was 3 attempts at a stun? Like a creme brulee? Yeah, like a creme brulee, but without the... Does brulee... Yeah, what's the brulee part of creme brulee? Creme is just cream. But what does the brulee mean? Like what is that word in French? Does that just mean like caramelized? Burnt? Okay. Yeah, so it's like the creme but without the brulee. Brulee is burnt sugar. Okay, okay. Have you tried whatever that is? No, no. French ambassador here, I approve the chat translation. Okay, good. As long as it's approved by the ambassador, then I think we're good. All right, let's get off of the stinky cloud. Gave him a big old round swing. Unfortunately, not full force. Not yet. But. Normal force. Yeah, normal force. And 5 fatigue to punch. I'm not even gonna bother. Ow. Good thing we had French ambassador in chat. I was afraid we are heading towards another baguette situation. I just think it is so cute that baguette is also the word for chopsticks. All right, Fulio's kind of hurt, huh? We don't have that much hit points. I think Fulio, we just like run down here to kind of be further away. Two headshots. I kind of want his armor. If I recall correctly, it's kind of good. What of his hat though? His hat is cool. Because it has no weight, right? Oh, I should have re-shield walled there. And I guess we'll just recover on Plague Bird since, well, may as well. And Master Maticus is still doing okay. We'll just not put him in Stinky Cloud. Okay, Ulfadin did 5 billion damage. That was nice. And Iglida procced Berserk, so we can move out of Stinky Cloud. You love to see it. It's how you roll. Love to see it. Oh, I guess if the corpse gets exploded, we probably don't get the body armor anymore, huh? Well. At least I'm guessing. Like, I've got to assume that's how that works. So let's re-shield wall. Oh, it's only that, bro. And because we have Dagger Mastery, that was free. From an AP perspective, anyway. Cool. Full force? Ulfadin being an absolute menace. So much for that armor. Give him the old full force slam there. And Wabakishko, we'll just have go into the miasma, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna send Fulio in there. Seems unwise. But it's only these two enemies left. Almost punched him down. Gonna miss Ulfadin when he fails his potential. Wow, preemptively missing him. Ruthless. Oh, okay. I could have done that smarter. Didn't realize he was that low. Clean fight? Nah, this fight's never clean. Nobody died, of course, but I feel like this fight is never clean. Not really, anyway. It's always a bit of a mess. Yeah, either fails his potential or dies to the madman. Those are the only two options. So far, based on empirical evidence, that's true. If we look at what has happened so far, it's the only conclusion you could possibly draw. The man is a king of his tiny hill. He is. Should we shank him? I feel like the answer has to be yes, right? The answer has to be yes. No, I don't have enough fatigue to rotate. Maybe the dog will miss. I was gonna just rotate the dog out. Okay, he missed some. He maybe missed enough. Oh, I see. That's not a valid tile. All right, we rotated out the dog. Ow. There we go. Daggered him down. And it looks like they must not be worth much experience at all. Ulfadin is getting close, but still not quite there. Oh, and we actually get the marble busts. All right. Ash Gaming Tales, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, we got the occult robes and the Temple of Knowledge. Oh, it's not an eye patch. This is a small book. It gives resolve? What is this madness? A tiny book fashioned into a headband with leather straps. Its contents are unintelligible. This is cool as hell. Neat. We gained the Bloodletter's reach, and it was revealing the location of the thing, but I interrupted it. It was going... Oh, okay. Never mind, you can see it here. All right. It's up here, it's up here, it's up here. Here's the artifact reliquary. Okay. And of course we do gain the Bloodletter's Reach as well. Now, we don't have a archer, but I do plan on getting one. So. Headband of Sacrifice. And yeah, the occult robes are 80 weight, or excuse me, 7 weight and 80 durability. So they're more efficient than the Linothorax. So they're actually like, they're a good, like, nimble armor. So like we could pop that on Eriko, and I think be pretty happy with it. Is this book good to put on the banner? Yeah, if you didn't have, I mean, feels sketchy. Surely we'll find an archer beggar one of these days with the amazing 40 2-star ranged attack and over 80 fatigue. Yeah. Boy, that's pretty sketchy though. Book combos with Fort Mine. I mean, it does. The downside, of course, is we've got a pretty exposed head here. So, like, we could go with Steelbrow. It's true. I don't know that that's worth it still. Like, unfortunately, I feel like if we had Nimble, then sure. But I don't like the prospect of, like, a single crossbow bolt just, like, ending him. It doesn't seem very good. I feel like I'd rather go with this. Has anyone else breached containment? We've got 2 commands now. So we can check it on the fly. So it's, if you know of the 3 from yesterday, then it's still those 3. Yeah, seems like a post-PP plan. I think so. I think it's a post-PP plan. Yeah, buy Nimble and go for it? Yeah, we could. We could. Certainly could. Okay. Yeah, so my plans of maybe making like a potential thrower, I mean, we're gonna hit up 70 base range skill for the 10 melee defense. I don't know if that's enough for us to want to grab hybridization. It probably isn't. But that's okay. I'm pretty happy to have taken this up to 55. Again, just to get the... Oh, I have to take hybridization to get that, though. Well, I guess we'll take that when we realize our potential. I think that's still worth doing. All right, so we're gonna grab leverage. I think that's still a pretty good perk. Cool. So is anyone terribly hurt to where they have to sit out? I mean, Master Maticus probably should. Oh yeah, and Eagledub. Eagledub got kind of messed up, didn't he? Got an injured kneecap? Oh boy. That's not what you want. It turns out when I fell playing pickleball last weekend, and I knew I hit my right knee, kind of, I've been figuring out that I like actually really hit it. It's kept hurting when I've gone on runs. Or not hurting really, it's just like aggravated a little bit. So that gives 5 resolve plus Fort Mine gives an extra 1. Gives an extra 1. Oh yeah, so Fort Mine, so Plautus, Fort Mine is different than it is in vanilla. So instead of being 25% multiplier on your resolve, it is a flat 25 minus the weight of your helmet. So Fortified Mind is reworked in an interesting way. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the perks, you know, share the same name as vanilla, and sometimes they're the same, at least in some cases. In other cases, they are thematically similar, like Dodge or Colossus. And in other cases, I guess there's no cases where they're totally different. But yeah, Fortified Mind is reworked. So it would be an additional 5 over this one, but I just feel safer with this. It is a potential, like, post-realized potential kind of plan. Okay. So our company is cursed in important 1v1 fights. 1v1 fights in general are cursed. Just the nature of Battle Brothers, right? So like any situation where you get a whole bunch of opportunities to roll a whole bunch of dice, so to speak, you know, where you can normalize the effects of multiple RNG rolls, you've got substantially less variance than in small scale fights, which is why the arena is so dangerous. The arena and Icy Cave and other fights, like, there's fewer opportunities to fix bad luck. Let's see, we can take a look at this, but I doubt, yeah, we're not gonna do that. Okay. So let's, I guess, head off and do just like 1 or 2 baby contracts or something. Maybe back to Lugnestead. I guess, how long ago is it? Okay, I guess I haven't been here for a long time. Maybe I go to Gemmenberg or Gemmenberg. What would you like to see if Battle Brothers gets a DLC? Oh man, I don't know. I think at this point, I kind of feel like, yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. The same fact makes those fights a lot easier in non-Iron Man runs. That's true. You could go in there with kind of a nobody and still do okay. A second continent? Second continent would be cool. I don't anticipate there being more DLC. So, not really something that I've even got on my mind. More mid-game legendary locations like you just did would be your hope. They are cool. Alright, so this town actually offers nothing to us. You'd like to see dwarves or elves? Boy, that'd be tough to... I feel like Battle Brothers is such a like nicely oiled game. It'd be tough to add those things. Like, they could go crazy with it, don't get me wrong, but... You'd like to see gnomes? Oh, no. I wonder if that gnome's... Person or bot will ever show up again. That was so strange. So very strange. Gnomes in wigs, incoming DLC. Finally, giving the people what they've wanted. Alright, so we've got an armed courier to Harlingen. Where the hell's Harlingen? Yeah, down here. Or escort caravan to Windwacht. I don't really want to go back to Windwacht. Let's make our direwolf pelt mantle and craft more of these reinforced throwing nets. Sale price here is okay. I'm gonna keep the marble busts, but sell the other stuff we want to just get rid of. I don't know exactly where we're gonna go yet. We're a little bit low on food. Could just walk through the road and bully some caravans. That seems okay to me. Blackbird, hello, hello. Gnome berserkers with two-handed hammers, incredible. The only things that are not in game but are in the lore are, oh wow, you have, this is incredible. Trolls, wyverns, horses, harpies, the old gods, werewolves, demons, Gespenst, Leviathan, Igirok. So Leviathan, I think, where would be the reference to that? That must be the Kraken, right? I might be doing a little research if you know. Okay, apparently so. Is the Leviathan, would that be different from the Kraken though? Let's see, what is this? Civil War refugees. If we have a refugee, we gain +3 reputation and a stack of food. Sure. Oh, we lose. Okay, we lose beer and gain an arming sword. Okay. A distinct Leviathan type sea creature referenced in lore alongside it has not been implemented. Alongside the Kraken. Interesting. And yeah, old gods is a good question. I think a lot of that information probably lives in the mind of Casey Hollingshead, the main writer. Okay, 7 to 10 Reavers, a Beastmaster, and an Unhold. So it's actually 7 or 8 Reavers. It's a little bit spooky. It's not so unreasonable. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. It's a little bit spooky. Now, do I want to put the Direwolf Pelt Mantle on any armors? I could put it on an Assassin's Robe. I feel like that's a pretty sensible home for it. Yeah, they are fleeing right at us, it's true. This is a pretty efficient piece of armor. Yeah, okay. Better to use it than let it squander. Now, we don't yet have Hold Steady on our Shield Sergeant, but if we did, we'd be ready. So I'm going to plan to scoot and shoot back 1 hex. That way, this guy... Let's see, what's the range on Unstoppable Charge? Range of 3 tiles. So I guess we have to back up 2 hexes. We can back up 2 hexes. That's the classic scoot and shoot anyway. The only downside to backing up 2 hexes... Oh no, we can still reload. What am I talking about? So we'll at least see how they approach to determine how we want to retreat. We're not going to be able to do our flail spinner. I guess that's fine. So I'm waiting on the bros with shields to make sure I don't accidentally cancel the their shield walls. I could have moved the flails back just 1 hex, I guess, to do flail spinner, but meh. We can get a fancy whip for our whip row. We can. Can and probably just will. Got him. Missed him. Got him. Beastmaster helmet looks amazing. It does. It's very fashionable. Drip, as the kids say. Do they say that? Let's see. I could make it so that this guy has to attack a brother with super high defenses. Maybe I move forward with trash comps and just use riposte. He'll probably just go for the shield destruction, which I guess is fine because his brother's got shield expert and a pretty durable shield. Dripped out, for real, no cap. Yeah. So that is what the kids say. I knew it. $95 MDef is pretty good. 95 MDef is pretty good. Phalanx goes hard. Okay, let's punch through a little bit of that armor. Guess we're probably not gonna daze him. Actually. Ah, okay. Alright, that's a pretty good durability. Caw! Full force. Straight to the bean. Nobody gets away from me. Move to kind of a silly hex there. Parry, pretty good. So we're gonna run up and help our brother end this fight. These beggars are looking a lot more kitted than the last time you saw them. Well, hello, explosive runes. Yeah, the beggars are, the beggars have become pretty strong, I would say. Nice work. Okay. And there it is. We have had another brother reach level 11. And so, let's get a... prediction. Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness.
And so,
No. Echo. Stop. Well, Ulfadin. Make sure I spell it right. Reaches potential. Yes or no. I'm going to give you just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Looks like more people are believing in the yes. You love to see it. And we did in fact get the whip. We also got the unhold hide. So we can make heavy war dog armor. Might be worth doing. I was kind of hoping to get the bones so that maybe we could make some bone plating. Bye Ulf. Man, harsh. Very harsh. Okay, only a few seconds left. Got slightly more believers than no. Yikes. Okay. Let's take a look. Oh, cha-ching! That's a yes. Let's go. I'm gonna update the chat command and everything. You love to see it. Look at this monster. All right, let's see what he got for perk groups. I don't remember what he had before. It's been a common theme. Let's see. This brother had Killing Frenzy, so he must have had Tough. Bye Wolf still stands. He's destined to die soon. I don't make the rules. That's the way. Brutal. Maybe we should screenshot builds before potential's reached. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter. What's our over-under on potential? We've had 2 and 2 so far. 91 attack. Let's send him to the Madman. Killing Frenzy and Battle Flow is great. Killing Frenzy and Battle Flow is insane. We have Unstoppable, Killing Frenzy, and Battle Flow all together. Look, this bro's going to be an absolute DPS monstrosity. I think he gained Unstoppable. I think that's right. I think that is what he gained. Okay. Has the PP been failed, success, failed, success? It was... The first one was a fail because it was Slurgy. Was Apples and Fruits next? Yeah, I think you're right, the Chowster. I think it has been fail, success, fail, success. Yeah, fail, success, fail, success. I think that's right. And it's possible it'll alternate, but I highly doubt it. So. Oh no, no 9 lives. So generally speaking, I'm not going to be so keen to take 9 lives, though I would on this brother, because 9 lives is like a protection mechanism for this brother potentially, so can't wait for his first Barbarian Madman fight. I mean, just notice he's also huge. Yeah, this brother is like completely insane. Completely insane. So we don't have to keep this bro the same. Like, we don't have to do a Sword Lance build on him if we don't want to. Yeah, I'm probably not going to do Vigorous Assault because we're not really going to be moving that much. I think Vigorous Assault, I think a Vigorous Assault is like a really good like tempo perk for two-handers. But once our company is fully established and we've got good ranged bros where we can have ranged advantage and kind of force the enemies to come to us, we're going to be standing behind our phalanx most of the time. We could do a two-handed hammer build. I mean, I'll probably just make him another Sword Lance, realistically. I think we'll, or not another, well, the same build he was, essentially. I'm just saying we could do something different. I don't think we will. I don't think there's a weapon that pours out fatigue quite like the Sword Lance. And he's got such a monstrous amount of fatigue, I think we may as well use it. So we're gonna go with Leverage, Death Dealer, Polearm Mastery, Long Reach. Yeah, he's so well suited for it, right? And we still have another level up worth of stats to apply here, by the way. Sensor? I mean, I don't even think the Sensor pours out fatigue like the Sword Lance. Sword Lance uses more. With Leverage, you can just do more attacks. And I don't think we're gonna, like, speculate on a weapon that we can't acquire for a while. Yeah, I mean, that's... I'm not going to, like... I'm not gonna speculate on a weapon we can't even get for a while. I actually kind of feel like the Sensor, despite being the best weapon in the game in vanilla, is, like, only kind of okay in Hardened. Do we want to buy Nimble? See, that's a really good question that Apples and Fruits has. And the answer might be yes. I'm not sure. The thing is like, there's really no reason for this brother to be wearing super heavy armor. Look at that 91 melee attack. I think you mean 94. Yeah, this is a strong brother. How does one buy Nimble and Hardened? You walk to a place that has a training hall and you buy it. It costs 4,000 crowns, so it's not cheap. So yeah, again, the game plan for the company, like company strategy wise, is still going to be phalanx in the front, sufficient ranged firepower to have ranged advantage and force enemies to us, and then, you know, big DPS bros either swapping in and out with Dynamic Duo, or like Sword Lance, which also works pretty well. You don't understand the purpose of Unstoppable? You don't understand the purpose of more action points? It seems pretty straightforward to me. Last few perks could be Nimble, Colossus, and Rotation. Yeah, they could be. He has the action points for 2 attacks already with Leverage. So let's talk about all the different ways that this could go, because like the one-off little bits of AP actually kind of make a difference, because we also have Killing Frenzy here. I mean, I may not go with Unstoppable, but it is a way of still gaining extra AP to do more attacks. Do we only get 2 more perks? No, we'll get 10 total. So this one, we have 10 more to assign. So this one is, think of it like a blank. Yeah, it's kind of, I had the same potential confusion. We can also wear like somewhat heavy armor and just simply not take Battle Forged. That's also honestly fine. Like you don't have to take a weapon mastery or excuse me, an armor mastery at all. I would rather just have Nimble though, I think. I'm a little bit apprehensive about Nimble with him being a bleeder. Just because the only enemies who are like going to be able to attack him under a lot of circumstances are gonna be like, you know, Necro Savants or Ancient Dead with the weapons that sort of cleave through your front line. So like, I don't know. Yeah, we could buy Flexible. I don't hate the prospect of buying Flexible. I feel like Flexible is the most suitable armor for this brother to have. Would be like medium armor and then just be happy with what we've got. Yeah, I think it's okay for us to only gain the benefit of the reduced armor penetrating damage from Flexible. Because we'll start out with okay initiative to prevent, for example, like crossbow bolts or things like that from damaging the armor too much while still preventing their penetrating damage. And then by the time, you know, we're like truly attacking a bunch, then it's okay for our initiative to fall below, you know, reasonable values. Yeah, he could take duo, and I don't think that's unreasonable. I think there are plenty of situations where we want to be able to reap, say, a backline or things like that, or do a duo swap just to be able to reap 3 targets instead of attacking 1, for example. What's the perk besides student that looks like butt cheeks? I think it's someone holding a towel behind their neck. It's Survival Instinct. It's like a nice tempo survivability perk, but not so good later on, I don't think. Yeah, probably duo or rotation, probably not both. I agree. Duo or rotation, probably not both, seems correct to me. And do we have the money to buy? Yeah, we will be able to have the money to if we sell stuff. And what do we have, like 93 usable fatigue? God, that is kind of a lot. Yeah, I think I want to go with medium armor, and we'll grab flexible. Sir Kells has 21 XP from 11. Yes, he is. Sir Kells is right there. Who else is close? Trash Comps is close. Yeah, we got plenty of bros that are really close. You still feel more comfortable with Nimble on him, you think? I don't know. Med Barbarian attempt number 2. I mean, he probably could, but my god. Also works reasonably well with medium armor. It does. Nimble with 92 health is pretty safe. Yeah, I really don't like that he's got Bleeder. I would do that if it weren't for the fact that he had Bleeder. I think that is the route I would go, like for sure, if he didn't have Bleeder. And I don't think that's true, actually. I think if you wear fairly light armor, flexible is... I'd have to do some math on it. Just give him a bandage at all times? I mean, sure, like, we're gonna have bandages. Like, I agree. We'll have bandages. But, like, sometimes you've got a Necro Savant that jumps your back line. And, like, I don't know. Bleeding is pretty serious in this mod. He's got resilient access, yeah, but the problem is... it doesn't do anything to bleeds anymore. Literally nothing. Unfortunately. With some medium armor, Nimble makes the penetration damage so low that he often doesn't take bleeds for a while. I mean, that's true. I mean, that would be true for... probably both? Nimble and flexible? I mean, I feel like I could go either way. I could kind of convince myself that either one is fine. Is it time to bust out the calculator? I don't have a good tool to calculate flexible. Like, I'd need to get I'd need to implement this into like Turtle's damage calculator, which I kind of want to do. I mean, it's just like pretty readable Python. But yeah, I suppose you're probably right, Rufin. I suppose Nimble probably does do a better job at probably. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'd want to run some simulations to know for sure. I feel like it could be a surprising result. I'm just thinking to like attacking conscripts, and with the conscript armor where it does like literally 0 HP damage, practically zero, even with good armor penetrating attacks. By definition, Nimble prevents more damage? Not really, though. So, like... maybe, oh, I guess that's kind of true. Well, except for the amount that the armor gets destroyed, I guess. So not quite by definition, but close enough. I mean, the reduction from remaining armor happens after the damage to the armor. So it's not technically strictly better in the sense of like the statement strictly better, though it is going to be better in pretty much all reasonable cases. I think that's fair. From the perspective of just protecting hit point damage. Not the durability of the armor. Is Resilient weaker in this mod? Yeah, I don't know. Resilient's kind of... So negative status effects on you last -1 turn, but bleed doesn't expire. Bleed must be remedied with a bandage. It will not simply go away until the battle ends anyway. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Fennec Phoenix, thank you for the gift sub. Very much appreciated. Congrats to Narcus Day. I mean, I do want to give him some sort of armor. And then I'm also thinking about whether I want to do a dynamic duo or rotation. The thing is what I'm kind of thinking of doing, potentially. What I'm kind of thinking of maybe doing is... if I did get medium armor, and I took rotation, I kind of feel like we could give him reasonable armor. Because he's got 34 melee defense, right? He's even pretty good defensively. Like... I don't know. I'm just looking to see what other things I would even consider. I don't think there's anything else too much that's like standing out to me that we haven't already talked about. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Nimble's probably a pretty reasonable option. I don't even necessarily feel like we need to give him Colossus. Like, I kind of feel like that's not really that much of a benefit, realistically. 77 hit points is... that's a good amount. Like, I could see just grabbing Nimble. If he wasn't sword lancing, he'd make a pretty insane two-handed flank hammer bro. He actually, like, the wild thing is, if we had access to, like, quick hands, I'd say there's, like, situations where we could go sword. In fact, it, like, still even could. Like, he's cracked enough that we could do some pretty wild stuff with a two-handed sword. You could theoretically consider Executioner. Yeah, we could. I don't think that's that unreasonable. Executioner is okay, especially now that Undead can get injured. My phone vibrated. Why is my phone vibrating? Don't they know I'm thinking? He's missing the Reaping perk? No, he's not. Death Dealer? We got Death Dealer. If that's the Reaping perk. He's got the Reaping perk. Yeah, he's got it. He's got it. It's the whole reason we made him a Sword Lance Bro in the first place. Because, like, one thing I'm thinking is, like, a potential option for this brother. So, what's the deliberate drink of the... oh, this is... this is Guy Fieri's Root Beer Float Sparkling Water. It tastes like a root beer float. It's uncanny. But one option, so hear me out as like a potential. Since we've got Battle Flow, all the Sword Mastery stuff, you know, Killing Frenzy Unstoppable, we've got like a whole wild thing potentially here, and like a bajillion Fatigue. One other completely separate path we could go would be to do two-handed swords, do Sword Mastery, On Guard, and just big old reap, riposte kind of stuff. Actually, what does the Greatsword have for abilities? Why can't I remember? What does the Greatsword have? Does it have riposte? It actually doesn't, does it? I can't remember how the two-handed swords are in this game. Let's head towards Tonderborg. That's where we're going anyway. They probably have one for sale. Greatsword can't riposte? Oh. Yeah, so Greatsword has overhead, strike, split, and swing. Zweihander. Overhead, strike, split, and swing. Longsword has slash, swing, riposte. And the Warbrand has slash, swing, riposte. All swords automatically riposte at the end of turn with on guard? No, they don't. I think that's something that's probably just from base Reforged. Not in Hardened. So like a Warbrand can technically do it. Can swing and riposte. So if we were to swing for 6, get a kill, go to 8. Swing for 6. Gain 1 AP. Can technically get Unstoppable going. And then riposte. No way it's Warbrand over Zweihander. I mean, yeah, fair enough. I'm teasing out ideas here. And yeah, if we already have famed Warbrand. I mean, Warbrands are better than they are in vanilla. Like, way better. So it's not like I want to go this route, but I mean, it is a route. But yeah, I don't think it is the route we want to go, but it's an interesting prospect. You'd go Zweihander and use the buddy system with a tank on a corner to go in, cleave, and rotate back. Yeah, it'd be an option. Yeah, we also have Formidable Approach. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's stuff we could do here with two-handed swords that I think could go pretty hard. Also, the Zweihander has Split as a potential AoE option if we wanted it as well. So I think there's like a couple different routes we could go with this. So I guess I would not do on guard. Two-handed flails are fun. Yeah, I want to use the big AoE expensive fatigue skills though, right? Does Sword Lance benefit from Sword Mastery? No, it's just a polearm. As confusing as the name is. For the sword, you'd want Berserk. Yeah, fair enough. No, I mean, I think I've teased out the idea, but I think I'm still keen to just keep it to the Sword Lance. I think there's just, you get to pour out much more fatigue that way. And he's got all that fatigue. I feel like that's the way we want to go. It's also better against a lot of the enemies we're still fighting, right? It's especially effective against the low-level enemies, which we're still fighting in mass, and kind of always will be, at least to a point. Huge plus full force, yeah, but we want to have ways of using his fatigue. Right, so in my mind, a lot of those other options, like Flail, I'm just completely not interested in. Axe I'm completely not interested in. Hammer I'm completely not interested in. I think sword is interesting. But I think I'm going to stick with just the polearm mastery. And I kind of feel like rotation is still pretty nice. And then I'm just going to get nimble. And it will either be nimble plus Colossus, or, hear me out, we could do nimble plus sweeping strikes. As a potential. If we did do a rotation and then simply needed to gain a bunch of melee defense for where we're standing. Famed Sword Lance, or the undead one, also does fine versus armored enemies. Yeah, my problem with the undead one is just even more so in Hardened compared to vanilla. Like you damn near have to carry a second one, just because when you get the extra attack with leverage, like it'll break. It'll break even from full durability. You kind of want to attack pre-rotation. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Okay, I think this is a pretty good setup, and I think I am going to get nimble. I feel like that probably is the best way. I'm still kind of considering medium armor, though. No, I don't know. I'll go with nimble. I'll go with nimble. And I might do nimble and executioner. Yeah, medium armor, medium-sized armor, however we want to put it, with the nimble perk, yeah. Like, we've got things like this that we'd very happily give him too, which is like, this is pretty dang light. You like Executioner? He can set up his own executions with huge damage. Yeah, I mean, he kind of does. Especially as like a follow-up attack. I feel like that's not that uncommon for an enemy to be injured that we really want to eliminate. And maybe his first reap injures them, and then the second reap finishes them off. I don't think that's that rare either. And we just want to get more damage. Any source of additional damage I think is like good. And I feel like with battle flow, honestly, we can wear kind of heavy armor. Because when we get a kill, it's going to recover like 15 stamina. It's crazy. I think leaning into damage is correct. I really do. And I think he's always going to have the fatigue for rotations too, which is wild. So if he wore something like this, I'm just curious. I'm still kind of like teasing out the idea of going flexible. Headhunter? The only reason I really don't like Headhunter is like Headhunter could gain and use within mid-reap. So like I like Headhunter when I have control over the target that expends the stack, and this weapon very uniquely does not. Though it is a damage perk, I just think it's like weirdly in a bad spot for it. Battleflow recovers max fatigue after weight reduction. Yeah, that's correct. So it will do your base. So it doesn't matter how heavy of armor you have on. Battleflow will... Oh yeah, it even says it. Base stamina. Which is also why I'm thinking like Unstoppable legitimately is like... So one of the reasons I'm considering medium armor is if we think he's going to get kills, and I do, our likelihood of like needing to recover by the end of a fight is basically 0. And so Unstoppable is going to continue to not be stopped. That was a weird way of saying it, but you know what I mean. Like, we're just going to keep attacking and attacking and attacking. I kind of feel like the initiative and the extra action points make it so that, like, even if he's got medium armor and we're fighting, for example, Ancient Dead that have the cleaving attacks that go through, we're actually quite a bit more durable with medium armor than Nimble, even with like something like this kind of weight. And I still feel quite safe in this. Yeah, not being allowed to wait is a real cost. For sure. For sure. But you can still wait on the first turn, right? You can wait before you do your very first attack. And I think that's in many cases sufficient, actually. It's limiting, but I still think it's worth it to have the extra action points. I agree with you that it's not without cost. But yeah, extra AP on this bro goes far. Exactly. I mean, that's my thought, basically. Is like, we're gonna have such a monstrous amount of fatigue. I think I'm gonna go with medium armor. I think this brother is actually like, again, also looking at this level up, like pretty durable too. Like actually. He's gonna end up with, well, 36 melee defense too. I think I've convinced myself. I am gonna go medium armor. Oh. Boy, this is a pretty terrible sale price. I mean, it's not, I don't know. I guess I don't have to take it right now. I guess this is the only training alt we have access to though, isn't it? I kind of do have to take it. I guess I'm going to sell stuff. It's fine. We're selling at a pretty bad rate. It would be nice to have him at 100 fatigue. Oh yeah, so it's base. So we want to get him to like 150 so that he gains 15. I think is what we want. How much are we paying this brother? How much are we paying this brother? 25? Good lord, it's expensive. Yeah, that should be good. Base, not, yeah, it's base. It's base. I'm gonna go with medium armor. I think I do like medium armor better. For the overall durability. Like, I agree that Nimble does prevent the bleed from happening in the first place slightly earlier under... I don't know. I don't even know that I still feel like a lot of situations are like a whip maybe like the first attack isn't going to do it either way, but the second attack would if you had nimble, but not if you had flexible. I don't know. I kind of feel like I like flexible better, especially if I get unstoppable, which I think I do want unstoppable. I think this is the way I want to go with them. Now, the only real downside, like to doing unstoppable, is that rotation is not going to be available to us as like a save them mechanism in the second half of the round. So, hey Slurgy, how's the dregs coming along? You're just rapping, hitting day 103 on Veteran Lone Wolf. Well, hello, Cyanide Syringe. Sounds like you've got a good run going. Would there be any perk that I would want instead of rotation? I don't think so. Yeah, duo would be the only consideration, I agree. And I need to make some big hard decisions about weapon plans for my duo brothers if I do want to still go hammers. Sooner or later, some shiny medium gear will drop for them. Oh, definitely. I mean, we already kind of do have helmets that are quite appropriate. And honestly, even this is kind of okay. Soon I will click the final buttons. Have no fear. I'm just deciding if I want rotation as the last one. I think I kind of do. We're always going to have the fatigue for it. You took a Lindworm and Shrat Noble Contract for 880. 880 ahead for 15. Took down 2 packs of 3 teasers. Is that trees? But the 4 Lindworms took down 2 of your only capable 12 brothers. It's hard to find replacements at this point. Yeah, Lindworms will do that. All right, we're gonna do Long Reach, Executioner, Rotation, Polearm Mastery, Flexible, Death Dealer, Unstoppable, Killing Frenzy, Leverage, and Battle Flow. Good lord, this brother is disgusting. So I want to get him up to 150 fatigue. I might just do this one veteran level worth of fatigue. And I might just take Resolve in the incredibly off chance that ends up being relevant. 56, I guess, feels like a lot for a brother that's not expected to take much melee contact. How did he roll so well in melee attack? I think he started with 55. And then we've got our Promise Potential, which is like flat 15. Which would put us to 70. So actually that's pretty average. Oh, better, above average rolls. Above average rolls. But not... There's still some +2s and maybe even a +1 in there. Yeah, I might just grab the fatigue. A little extra fatigue will still serve him really well. What a goat, what a goat. Okay. And Plaguebird has hit level 8. We can grab full force. I think we just do that. Full force. Yeah, this is a nice level up here. Cool. Okay. So the team is in great shape. Let's head... Well, now, we're about to hit level 11 on a few more bros. I don't want to go south and lose access to our training hall, but we do need to get more money. I mean, I guess I could venture off this way, see what we find. Are you watching the World Cup? You seem like a soccer kind of guy. Do I? Yeah, let's head up this way. What I really want to find are like undead fights. We have not found very many. Exploring tundra is kind of sketchy before doing Icy Cave. It's certainly going to make finding the hunting grounds annoying later. And I like kind of don't want to for that very reason. I don't know, whatever. But I agree, Rufin, it is kind of... I hate having to retrace my steps in the tundra, looking for the hunting ground. And if we're just gonna run into camps like this, we can't do these anyway. Maybe we run down and like fight this shattered stronghold and do some fights in here. That's probably gonna be better. Because I think I agree with Rufin that like we don't want to re-explore areas where we've already been when the time comes to do the hunting grounds. Reaver's base camp, that kind of looks like Chosen base camp. Just want to find some supply caravans. Yeah. Caravans in general. And we can do cute little baby fights against babies. Oh. Whoa. In real, actual battles, a group of thralls and warhounds are not going to beat necro savants. Okay, and I think that it's gonna put me on the far left side because they're still, yeah, whatever. Okay. I missed. Next level 11 incoming actually might be. Because it's not going to take much. This might just get us there. What? I didn't kill him? Okay, Sir Kells has hit level 11. Incredible. Are we no longer chanting, we are weak, we are dumb, we are cowards? No, we're like strong now. Will Sir Kells reach his potential? You get 1 minute. Starting now. We'll see what happens. Very exciting. I think I can go to this next screen. I think as long as I don't click on him, we can do whatever we want. Oh, no. I think he's first in line. I hope no one saw that. Uh-oh. No, there's both, but if you should probably stop, because I didn't see it, but I didn't realize he was first in the shit. I screwed that up. I shouldn't have. I was like, I can open my inventory screen as long as I don't click on him. I didn't realize he would be first in line. All it takes is one person to see it. Well, you ran out of time. I'll honor it, but I shouldn't have done that. That's like the one. All it takes is one person to see it. Then they bet all the channel points, and the other person gets screwed. It's not fair. He failed. All right. Well. The alternating curse holds firm. It does. Well, Sir Kells. Let's see. Is there anyone who's going to hit level 11 if we dismiss him? I bet Trash Comps does. Do we have enough money to dismiss him? Actually, we don't. Unfortunate. It's been real, yeah. Adios, Sir Kells. But you don't get dismissed yet. There's a very generous severance package. There's a very generous severance package here. So we need to get more money. Oh, we know about this camp. This is where the Goblin Shaman was that did not root us on the first round of combat. They can see 7 hexes? Wow. Feels unfair. From that defender's advantage. Caw-caw! This looks totally reasonable to do, though. That severance is almost as much that would have earned during the whole campaign. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. It's very generous. Alright, we're gonna chill here for 1 round of combat. Let our abilities abilitize. And we're gonna run forward in the second half of the second round. And they only have a 5% chance to hit, so this is kind of whatever. And they are spear walling. Which I strongly suspect won't matter, but you know, that one did. Oh, 48% hit chance. 21. Just checking in. Are we no longer weak, cowardly dregs? We are like 11/12 weak, cowardly dregs. Approximately. Have we realized our potential? Partially. Oh. How's it going today, boss? Pretty good. Pretty good. Boy. Having trouble even killing a single goblin. It's ridiculous. Any promises kept? Ooh, King Tet. Trying to think of how exactly I want to do this turn. Dang, I thought we'd be able to kill that guy. Okay. So King Tet is going to bandage and take a baby step back. Oh, I guess we should have waited to the second half of the round to do that. Ah. Kind of doing this fight awkwardly. I should put the promise potential counter on screen. Maybe I'll do that. It's a good idea. Let's do create new. I have no idea where this is going to appear. We'll move it here in a second. Okay, it made it very large. Wow. Whoa. That was out of control. Wow. That is definitely a size that it could pick. I'm just doing a couple things to it to make it look slightly nicer. Move it in line, okay. Full force. Just OBS things. Just OBS things. It didn't know. It didn't know how big I wanted it. Yeah, we can put Wabakishko up there. They can't puncture. And we're gonna run King Tet back. Boy, I was gonna Advance Lightning take that spot, but Goblin Fighter lived. And should I just go up to here and attack? Or... okay. We're certainly making use of the fatigue. We've found ways. Unstoppable also lets us like run across the battlefield in situations where we've cleared things up on one side and we need to just like ferry him across to the other. All right, we'll just let the last two, let them go. Cool. Sturgy, if possible, please make it look like realized and failed. Oh, yeah. We can I think I can do that? Does that work? No. Oh. Yeah, because OBS doesn't know about... Okay. It doesn't have that as like an emoji that I can use in OBS for now, but I can absolutely make that a thing. This will be done for the next stream. For the next stream. We'll get a special overlay. Why not? Your suggestion is perfect, Antiwian, and that's how it should be. Those are absolutely the correct emotes to have indicating. Sturdy's got homework. Sturdy's got homework. Homework that he willingly takes. Willingly and happily. Alright, so I guess we'll train up Ananas. Ananas, it's your time. You're gonna level up now. And let's get a whip on Aldazar. When he writes it down, you know, you're like, that's true, actually. It's true. Okay, so we're gonna grab Parry on this brother. This brother's gonna be a dodge. He's actually gonna be pretty much the same idea as Broken Exile. And in fact, it'd be nice to make them a duo, though they can't right now. Maybe one of them will be able to when they realize their potential. And I'm gonna grab the Resolve here, even though I really want this brother to have lots of initiative and lots of melee skill. 31 Resolve is just too low. And this brother is fragile. He's less fragile now. So he hasn't whipped out one of those sexy spreadsheets in a while? Not for a while, no. It's been a hot minute since Spreadsheet Slurgy has made an appearance. So who's our next level 11? Is it just going to be Trash Comps? Yeah, Trash Comps is very close. Okay, so let's check out what's going on the roads. Beat up on some caravans. I looked at a naked bro for 30 minutes, don't be greedy. What's the, what's that word? The post something period. We can see if there's a contract in Wide Tall. Yeah, that's not exactly what I'm looking for. Not the word. There's a fancier word for the same thing. Haunted Woods. Is that Schratz? It's got to be Schratz. Where's Pimpat Slurgy? Is he still with us? Nope. Well, kind of. I mean, yeah. Slurgy's sort of with us. No, not post not clarity. There's a fancy word for it. Hold on. There's a word I'm looking for. I'm not finding it. Anyway. Okay. So we're looking for, I guess, just some caravans to beat up on. We want to get some trading goods and then just like sell them. Essentially, that's our plan. Write it down for homework. It'd be a funny thing to have written down. Post-coital lucidity. I mean, no. It's not just each word made fancy. It's like a refractory period, I think is what I was looking for. Okay, this is like kind of a spooky fight a little bit. I kind of want to do this one at night, even though they're afraid of me. I don't want to do this fight anywhere other than this terrain, though. Yeah, we'll be okay. Just got here, stream talking about post-nut clarity and refractory periods. Yeah. Accurate. Any more realized potentials? We've got a on-screen element and chat commands. Pretty high-tech stuff here. Okay, hopefully these crossbows don't do too much damage at the start of next round. We're gonna move forward at the second half of the second round again. It's gonna be the plan. One of our sword lances got their bro license. One of our sword lances got their bro license, that's right. Goodbye, Adarga. Goodbye, foe. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Setaz is out of here. And I kind of don't want this bro to be out of commission for too long. So we're gonna bandage him. So I guess we'll run him to here. What's their range? It's 6, right? Yeah. Yeah, so we can move him here. Sturdy's not played with a 90+ melee attack bro in like 2 years. That's actually like true. Guy's got blood in his eyes. And hate in his heart. Why does our bannerman always flee at the start? Because he is a dastard. So he has the dastard trait, which makes him go to fleeing at the start of every single combat. Does rally the troops work on yourself? It does not. Bringing leader back there being fancy. It's okay. We can start the every combat being a little afraid. It changes real fast. Jesus. Oh yeah, this bro is still a fresh bro. I kind of forgot about that. Okay, we're gonna rotate him then. Yeah. No, we're not. I forgot that bro was low level. Completely forgot. Completely forgot. Just completely forgot. Is he dead? No, well, he's struck down. So we'll see what the injury ends up being. Good timing, bro clearly failed potential. True. Alright, we can still dagger this guy down. And do we have anyone else with bandages? I think we used our one. No. We got bandages. Let's see, because we received this on round 4. Yeah, so we can get bandaged up next turn. Missed. Oh, are literally all the bros with bandages engaged in melee? No, Plaguebird's still got some. Tactical misses, so the two-hander hits. Yeah, but the two-hander is the one that has our bandages. So we kind of need him to apply bandages. Okay. That's rude. Oh, we can't shield push anyway. Okay. Broken leg? I just wanted your armor, buddy. Okay. So we can't bandage this anymore, but we can still potentially bandage Wabakishko. Assuming we're able to dagger down. Okay. Got some injuries there. Ananaz got a broken knee. Unfortunately, I failed Ananaz very badly by putting him in that position. Did not need to happen. He was but a fresh boy. He didn't have that's just straight dumb misplay by the broadcast Briggy. Absolutely no reason to send him forward prematurely before he's got his defensive level 7 perk. And we are going to dismiss him. And I am going to pay for it, because we may as well distribute that experience. Suddenly our roster looking thinner than I'd like. No wonder he's disloyal. Fair. Yikes. Okay, Travesty 066. Could just grab Throwing Mastery. We could swap to a reinforced Boondock Bow with the Bloodletter's Reach, and then heavy jabs or heavy throwing axes. Let's do that. Then we're going to put on a helmet with no vision penalty. Just put this on. We'll move the padded skull cap elsewhere. Let's put it here. Okay. And do we have anyone still using a goblin dagger? Well. Not your fault, boss. He didn't pass the rookie test. It's okay. He's just more crippled than he was before. Well, now he's kind of the ultimate combination. He started as a beggar. We turned him into a cripple, and then we're going to dismiss him and send him off like a refugee. So really, Ananaz represents the whole company, if you think about it. Cripple, beggar, refugee. Weak, dumb, coward. It's beautiful if you think about it. Gonna dismiss him deep in enemy territory? Potentially. Oh yeah, we need to do this level up. Nice. How much is his retirement? It was like 400 something. And this brother's gonna be like a proper hybrid, which is kind of nice. So he's got 24 resolve, but it's actually much better with entrenched. It would be cool if cripples didn't come with bad stats like they do now, but with a random permanent injury instead. I kind of agree with that, Rufin. I feel like that would be cool. Like, if anything, give them like okay stats, but a random permanent injury. I like that idea a lot. HP? Yeah, probably HP. Probably HP is what we want. And then let's grab Throwing Mastery. And we'll swap out this weapon for, I guess, jabs, but I'm kind of like borderline team heavy throwing axes in this mod. Is there a cripple event where they get a bunch of stats, or are you imagining it? The Kingsguard might be what you're thinking of. Where they feel a lot better? That can happen to minors? No, that's my... Oh, good. Oh, whoa. Whoa. No. Okay, this happened around us. We're just gonna run. I mean, we could participate in this. I've been avoiding the third-party fights, but this is pretty wild. It feels like an unfair way of getting gear that we don't deserve, though. Nah. I kind of want to, like, see them duke it out. Which I guess we could kind of do. Don't you want experience? I don't think you get experience from when your allies do damage, though. I suspect you don't, anyway. I've just avoided house party, or third-party fights as a house rule so far, completely. So I'm gonna stick to it. This seems like something weak cowards might do. I mean, that's fair. It is. But not these weak cowards. Plus, we got this broken leg. Who are we missing? Setaz. We don't want to get caught out by a fencer. I mean, we could watch it play out, but I'm kind of worried that their crossbowmen might do reasonable damage to us. We don't want that to happen. Like, I think we'd have to move back far enough where we wouldn't be able to see anymore. That Anointed Knight takes them all down? Honestly, might. They're really going at it, though. What a roller coaster of emotion. The caravan spawns. We're like, ooh, tasty snack. Let's go get that caravan. Then we see, oh, allies are chasing after the caravan. I guess we're not gonna get it. Surprise! This happens. I don't know what happens when you run from a fight like this, though. Like, what happens to your allies? I have no idea. This is basically like a battle brawl fight. I can't really tell who's winning. It still resolves like a fight would? Like how? Because we're leaving units on the battlefield. Things are dying. Imagine you left one dude and retreated with everyone else. He dies eventually if he does, but you're retreating, you survive. Yeah, but how does it resolve it? Because like so what I mean is when units are fighting on the world map, they don't actually follow like normal Battle Brothers combat. Like there's a simplified, you know, non-simulated version of the combat that happens. Like, is that what happens after you leave? Like, that's the part I don't know. Does that one guy have an undead pike? Yeah, the freelancer is like dressed up, cosplaying like some sort of undead unit. Yeah, so they just remain exactly as they were. Is what it looks like. And they're running away. I don't really know. Can I do this? Yeah, okay. All right. This is all I wanted. Bloodletter's Reach. We'll grab the high ground. They have no chance. But yeah, there's a bunch of new units that have been added. I don't know if those were added to Hardened or if those are something from Crockpot. But there's a bunch of, like, a whole new set of mercenary-like units. Got him. Casual war going on next to Slurgy raiding a caravan. Raiding, we are opportunistically pillaging. Totally different. Got him. Confiscating? You can't quite use that word though because they have illicit illegal goods. So we're reappropriating. We're finding a new home. Rehoming these goods. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That sounds nice. We're rehoming them. It's like I'm talking about I don't know, a dog from a shelter. Full force? Oh, we'll let Master Maticus step down, why not? Just adopting some quality wood? Yeah, I thought we dropped that topic. Okay. Just goat cheese. Just goat cheese and bandages. Illicit goods. All right, well, we can equip some of these bandages, so that's nice. Illegal cheese? Yeah. They said it was, you know, I don't know. Oh. Ah, so this is the Deserter in the Forest, right? I think this is Deserter in the Forest. Well, look at that. Of all the times we're trying to hunt for this event specifically, incredible. Yeah, he's right there. Take him. He means nothing to us. We don't accept that type. Just doing my part. We'll take the 200 crowns. We need money. Wagers covered for this week? Yeah, pretty much. It buys like 6 of our guys. True. We don't ask for much, you know? We can head south for a restock of bros soon. We can, yeah. Oh, oops. Well. We also just need money. A tale as old as time. Got him. Got him. Missed him. Got him. You'd think he would just run away here now. But apparently not. It's, I guess, a duel. We won. Great. Bread. Illegal bread. Yeah, there just weren't any good factions to raid on this map, which is too bad. It is too bad. Some hot spear on spear action. Uh-huh. Alright, we'll stop by Muhlenheim quick. See if there's any contracts we could do for money. Pick up some more stuff before we go to our southern selling site. The SSS. SSS. I said 2 S's and I was like, uh-oh. And then there was a third and that made it okay. All right, we can do a hunting beasts. And probably should have Wabakishko stand out. Or sit out. Probably same deal with Eriko. The injured shoulder makes this guy a lot less effective. And Setaz is a little bit sketchy with these injuries, but I think he'll be okay. Love seeing the foreign fatigue here on this brother. This is going to be a cool whipper. His purpose is going to be cool, and his purpose is to whip. We'll start out with 9 lives, but we'll get it. Anticipation or fast adaptation. Fast adaptation when we're a little further leveled along. And I probably will have him be like part of the phalanx, even though disarm is affected by crowded. It's not so bad, right? Crowded isn't as negatively affected by allies, especially if we put him in a position where he's only got like, well, 2, then it does nothing, but like 3 or 4 is even acceptable. So yeah, we definitely do want to pump his melee defense. That is true. Hopefully he gets the backstabber perk group on reset. Yeah. Yes. And I think even with high melee skill, we would take it. Usually the enemy that we want to disarm is often being surrounded. Yeah, they're letting us know about the beasts that we're chasing. Nachos. 11 to 15. Sure. Just regular baby nachos. This is totally fine. Totally fine. All right, should we do a cute little scoot? I think so. We're gonna do a little 1 hex scooter. Necklace? Yeah. We do want the necklaces. If we do the 1 hex scoot, that lets us do our fancy flail spinner ability. Great reap targets? Absolutely. Great reap targets. Sometimes you gotta be careful not to kill too many though. You know, you can overdo it. But then they turn into more experience. So I say game on. Let's kill 14, it's not too many. Yeah. Let's kill 14. Full force. They made it through my spear. Twice. Spear wall ain't what it used to be. Nice whip in there. Full force. Suddenly these nachos are falling apart. Okay, I'd like to try to make sure we get that one who's running on the bottom. He'll have to be up to Master Maticus. Just kidding, we'll be able to get friends for him. You can't escape the three-headed flail. You can try, but you'll fail. Okay. Ooh, Trash Cop's to leveling 11. All right. This time, I'm not even going to go to the next screen. I'm not even going to go to the next stream. Will Trash Comps realize his potential? Oop, I may as well spell the words correct. Give you a minute to figure it out. One nacho necklace acquired. Pappy needs a new mansion. Pappy needs a new mansion. People believe, oh my goodness. If it remains the every other pattern, then it stands to reason that this brother should realize their potential. You got just 17 seconds left. Slightly more believers in yes. Going all in. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. Realize, realize, realize. We shall see. Okay. Ooh, a big swing for yes at the very end. Let's see what happens. We shall take a peek. Oh, cha-ching! Potential realized. Yes. The answer is yes. You love to see it. You love to see it. You love to see it. Now we gotta figure stuff out. All right, so what does this brother go? Oh my God. Oh, right, I guess part of that's the gear. I mean, 47 melee defense. This is pretty ridiculous, right? What did he gain for perk groups? I don't remember. Yeah, so we're gonna have this brother be still part of the phalanx, of course. Like, definitely. With this stat line. Someone write down one of the perk groups of all the bros. You'd think I'd just remember. The thing is a lot of them, it's like we were sort of ignoring their other perk groups. Like if you were to look at, for example, the Chaucer, right now, literally every single perk that we've taken has not been from these shared perk groups, with the exception of 9 lives, right? So on a lot of these bros, I don't even know. Is Perry GOAT? So with only 18 base range defense, no, we're not gonna go Perry. We're gonna stay with the Phalanx like company strategy. It kind of is a company strategy, and it's one that like sort of has to persist as the through line. Since these other bros are part of a phalanx, like the phalanx is only strong when multiple people contribute to it. So even when brothers reach their potential at level 11, if they were part of the phalanx, they're probably going to remain part of the phalanx because I've been pumping melee defense or selecting these brothers for their melee defense anyway, and leveling them up to contribute in that role. So actually, don't they spawn on the right? That hasn't been how we've seen it happen, I think. I don't think so. I don't think so. I could be wrong too. Maybe it is. On these two bros it is. Maybe it is always on the right side. No, I don't think so. Like the weapons aren't that way either. Because like Ulfedin definitely has polearm. And I don't remember. You don't mean on the perk group list, I mean on the perk selection screen. Oh, like it adds them on to the right side? Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, weird. So you're saying like this was spear and sword and vicious. Oh, you're right. No, you're absolutely correct, Zarumag. Good call. You're right. Yes. Yeah, you're right. You're right. On this screen, they are the ones to the right. Yeah, good call. Nice eye. Very perceptive. Your passive perception is like a 16. I'm impressed. Indeed, that's real good. Or maybe it was an active perception check and you rolled a 20, but that's nicely done. So then we can see that, we should be able to see that on this brother then too. Yeah, so medium armor was added on. Yeah, I mean that's right, that's the one we purchased. So then it was bow and axe and agile. Which I think is correct. Okay, cool. Thank you for that piece of information. Actually, it has an intelligence check because legend spawns perks more often and exactly how it works there. Well, no, I would say that intelligence is like your ability to problem solve, whereas wisdom is more your ability to recognize the through line of truths across the cosmos. So I think it's a wisdom check. You're still quite unconvinced about the phalanx strategy for the origin, the biggest impact of the 15 stats? Oh, no, I agree. I agree, Rufin, that I think at level 11, parry is particularly strong, but I am not convinced that as a company strategy, you're really going to beat a front line of phalanx. It really is crazy how much defensive power that is. And it's not even that much of a loss in offense compared to parry. It really isn't. So I think on some brothers, for sure you're right, but like the phalanx is awfully good, and it's been pretty good for this company as we're like leveling up new bros and everything too. I think I'm pretty happy with what I've done. I think you could do it a different way and still it would be okay. I think I like this way better, but if you went a different way, I think that would also like totally be fine. Could he be a fearsome axe bro? I mean, he could. I really like on frontliners like this to either have sword or hammer. I think if I end up with a bro that has particularly good melee skill, but maybe not as good melee defense, I could potentially go axe. And one of the reasons why we might go axe is just to be able to use Bearded Blade. Like if we had a bunch of spare fatigue and melee skill, but maybe less melee defense, I could see that being pretty good. But I think with this brother as is, I'm probably just gonna go with like Riposte, maybe even Unmastered. Like we don't need sword mastery at all, and we'll just use a sword and be part of the phalanx. And the idea there is, this brother's gonna just like, every attack against him is gonna be a 5% roll. Every attack against him is gonna be a 5% roll. For the most part. Maybe not every single one, but for the most part. And so, I feel like, why not counterattack when we get attacked? And we can do that on quite a few bros, and we can put those bros that are like that on the edges of the formation as well. And I think that'll be very, very strong. You could do Rebuke. We could do Rebuke. We could do Rebuke and another weapon. I like the additional stats that Riposte grabs, though. So I think we're gonna keep with the Phalanx strategy. So we're gonna grab Phalanx. We're gonna grab Duelist, Flexible. I like the idea of going on guard. Now, what we could do too, as like a alternative, is I think if we had better melee skill, we could go for making this bro like our lightsaber brother. Someone's gonna have to do it. Probably not this bro though, I guess. Backstabber pretty good. Yeah. I think at this point though, these bros, other than exploit opening, I'm not going to do anything to make their accuracy better. I just want to make their defenses better for the most part. Could also buy hammer and rebuke hammer build. We could. Exploit opening, forgot what that does. Gain a stacking plus 10% hit chance whenever an opponent misses an attack against you. Bonus is reset upon landing a hit, and that is when you land a hit against them. So it's by using up the stacks, and you can keep accumulating them as enemies keep attacking you and missing. Exploit opening would enable lightsaber pretty well. Yeah. And I think it still pairs well enough with On Guard. You could argue that, you know, you gain the stack and then immediately expend it on that attack, which I think is like true, but then you also hit the enemy. So I think it's worthwhile. These bros are going to be positioned such that they are the ones getting attacked. You don't get the lightning on correct trash comps, unless that was somehow sneakily, you know, added back in or something. Yeah, I don't think so. And I guess maybe I won't end up doing dynamic duos at all. You don't like rebuke with hammers? You want to do... Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. So I agree with I sort of just didn't think it through all the way. I actually agree with Rufin here very much on that one. I think rebuke is really nice with like an orc cleaver. But I would rather have a hammer bro with full force, accumulate these exploit opening stacks, and then release that attack with full force. You don't want to do a counterattack that uses up these stacks. So it's hard to build this bro without knowing what the rest of your bros will look like. If your backline is a bunch of sword, lances, and bows, you probably want hammers more than swords on the front line. I mean, to an extent, yeah. We're going to want some. I'm okay running a mix of the two, though. I think the most defensive brothers giving swords on the edges, and the more offensive brothers giving hammers in the center, I think kind of works. One mace would be nice too. Oh yeah, mace would be very nice. 1 or 2. I would go with more than 1. Yeah, I agree with that. I like maces quite a lot. So, thinking a little bit more about this brother, other options of things we could do. I wonder. You know, we've got 120 fatigue. What's this level up look like? Okay. Small target. I like small target in general. Bonebreaker Rebuke Mace would be a great setup for the Executioner Sword Lance. Yeah, I agree with that. I also think that Rebuke plus the like big chonky two-handed cudgel is kind of legit. I feel Rebuke's almost better with 200 weapons. I agree with that. Hey, love the gameplay video. Been learning a ton watching it over the weeks. Was wondering if anyone brought up the idea of combining Cultist Run with Dregs, where you only convert the PP boys. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's gross. That's a long campaign, but damn, that would end up being some pretty insane, like... That would be incredibly powerful. That's for sure. I don't think anyone's brought that up yet, though. That would be the ultimate, like, unstoppable late game squad, though. That's a fun idea. If you have a whole front line of Rebuke bros, enemies have no choice but to attack the Rebukers. Yeah, either Rebuke or Riposte, which is the same, like, same, right? Except that, I mean, Rebuke doesn't give you bonus stats on your, you know, while it's active. It doesn't cost anything to activate, but the enemies have to attack a second time before you start rebuking. So it's not like equivalent, but yeah, it's the same idea. And I think if you do run both, it actually should work pretty well. So we could give this brother heavy armor training and then give him Battle Forged. I think that would be totally reasonable. One with a shield? I don't know that we'll need it. I think we've got enough hit points and we'll end up with sufficient penetration reduction from flexible. I think we'll be okay. Slice the Elder, Food Evening. Now we could go with Shield Expert just to make sure the shield doesn't get destroyed. I think that's pretty important for when we're facing orcs. It just is. Like, it just is. So I think we'd want to go Sword Mastery. Shield Expert. It feels a little bit bad that I feel like this first clause of enemies will never have reach advantage against you. Like, swords already have pretty good reach, the one-handed swords. And since we're part of a phalanx, like... I don't know. We're going to outreach a lot of enemies already anyway. It's mostly just going to be like specific two-handed weapons. So this first bullet point almost like does nothing. A lot of two-handed weapons have a reach of 5. Some of them have 6 though. But being able to cover an ally is cool. Yeah, and very useful sometimes. And then shield taking 50% less damage is really good. But it's true, being able to cover an ally is like really... That can be really clutch. It's good if you get separated from the phalanx and orc fights, that's true. This brother did indeed realize their potential. It's been a 3-3. Duo. I wonder if I just don't do the dynamic duos in this run, because I think it'll be hard to pick correct partnerships, and I feel like it kind of locks us in. Where I think I might do a duo would be, and they'd have to roll it, I guess, because they don't have the right perk groups. I could see running 2 of these parry bros, especially since I'm going to do sword parry on both of them, and both of them have medium armor, where we can truly benefit from both parts of the dynamic duo. So not just the swap ability, but also gaining the bonus initiative and resolve. And then these 2 bros, oh, well. This bro with a new, different partner. You know, I think I might do it like in those cases. Or maybe like this bro alongside a Indom tank even, maybe? I don't know. Does blacksmith still prevent equipment from being broken? Yeah, I think so. And it's not a, you know, my concern with shields getting destroyed isn't that I'm not going to get it back after the battle. It's that a phalanx bro without their shield kind of just dies. That's the main reason. It's just to protect it within the battle. So yeah, I could give him Battle Forged. And then we're looking at picking 2 more perks. You probably want like a mace hammer bro to pair with the sword so you can strip armor and kill with the sword. Yeah, we're gonna want to have some armor stripping. I agree. And we're definitely gonna get that, and we're gonna find that, and we're gonna build that. But this bro, I think we're gonna stick with the sword. I think I like that for this bro. You probably want like a mace hammer bro. Yeah, like I think with those 2 bros on the like parry bros though, those are gonna be sort of operating independently, and they're gonna be trying to rotate such that they always get duelist for the optimal penetration on the duo. I think that'll be the way they would operate. So they would be 2 bros with duelist, and then when we'd swap it, we would make sure that we're trying to like make it so that we're attacking a target such that we get this benefit. I think that's the idea of what I would try to do. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I still would want to do it with like a hammer and a sword. I'm not sure. And yeah, we're definitely hiring strippers. So yeah, I think I'll just grab Battle Forged, and I don't hate the prospect of grabbing like Rush of Battle. It's actually more of a fatigue savings than sword mastery. I wonder if there's any way we could make use of those fatigue savings and get more attacks in. Unstoppable even? It's kind of interesting. interesting. A lot of not waiting. You were an armor stripper, but then Pimp Hat Slurgy put you in a room with a madman. Yeah, some people just can't last in the biz. Some people just can't last. Justice for apples and fruits. Start a campaign. Actually, interestingly, I think Rush of Battle could be a tool to actually pull off dynamic duos. But I'm kind of curious about like a setup like this. I wonder, do I think this is any good? Is this garbage? So we go with these perks plus Battleforged. I don't even know that I grabbed the Sword Mastery. What do you think of the Heavy Armor Resolve perk? It's really good. And even though this bro has 62 Resolve, and I think on these bros later, we're no longer even going to bother with dogs. We're just going to patch it with more like Nacho Pendants and stuff. Honestly, we can still use more. Since we don't have Rally. It's kind of, you know. Does the Sword Mastery Initiative debuff proc on Riposte? I think it would only work if they waited. I don't know. I think under normal circumstances, the enemy won't let that be relevant, so probably basically no. I don't know, actually. I don't know. I don't know how this last bullet point works with riposte attacks. Is so much free resolve and you feel like there's some fights where you need that resolve? I mean, that's fair, the zoning bro. I agree with that. Especially on these brothers. We're going to want lots of resolve on them. Their turn is always started when they're attacking you. I guess that's true. Yeah, I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, are we attacking them or are we replying to their attack? I mean, both. The fatigue savings are still pretty dang nice. So 10 goes to 8. And if we have 3 allies next to us, we bring it down to 6 to attack. That's pretty good. And then riposte goes down to 9. Yeah, okay, so if we take Rush of Battle and Sword Mastery, even when we get fully stammed out, we can always slash and riposte. That's pretty good. I think I like Rush of Battle. I'm finding I like this more and more. My initial read on this perk was like not super high, but I've started to like it more. Yeah, I like this build. I think I'm gonna go with this. And then we're gonna train heavy armor. So I'm just gonna grab these perks. You want to play with Rush, but you had the same thought that it was meh? Yeah, I mean, I thought it was meh, and then I found there were just so many situations where it was actually pretty good. And I don't know, it's just good. I'm just pretty happy with it. And, you know, there's still a decent number of sneaky enemy attacks that try to injure you, or that could injure you. And injuries are really bad. A lot of big attacks in this game. Okay. So we're probably going to sell that strange meat. So patrol the road to Hohenberg, Niwakai, back to Muhlenheim. We could maybe do that and then take the boat to Seastad and sell stuff. I don't know that we're going to find many fights on the way, though. Did it pay us up front? I guess we could accept it and then go, maybe try to bust this Briggy camp. Yeah, okay. I'm convinced. Let's try it. So who's next? Who's going to hit level 11 next? So Fulio and Vance Lightning are both pretty close. Fulio's a little closer. Eagledub is also getting there. Oh, and I guess we have enough money now. Sorry, Ananas. Since injury threshold was lowered, it's worth adjusting preconceptions about HP values and perks like Rush of Battle. Oh, that's true. That is a good point. Apples and fruits. A lot of injuries happen at 20% now instead of 25%. Okay, we've got a Brigand Leader, a Master Archer, 7 to 10 Highwaymen, 2 to 3 Brigand Sharpshooters, a Brigand Baron. Do I even know what that is? And a Firebrand. Do I know what that is? We are still kind of weak, dumb, and cowards, aren't we? We might be a little bit too weak, dumb, and cowardly for this. Should we add Realized Alive on the list? No, I don't think so. Oh, I see what you're saying. I think we'll just put RIP, and otherwise we'll just assume they're alive. Yeah, exactly. Let's not experience so much new stuff at once. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, do I know what this enemy is? And I have to ask that for multiple enemies? It feels like the answer is don't take the fight. I wonder if Firebrand is a gunner? That's kind of what I'm wondering. If it's a gunner, but it had like a assassin type garb on. All right, these will be nice heads to add to our collection. Oh my. Brigand Leader has a big fancy axe. And we could do a scoot and shoot, but I feel like I'm kind of okay with this little high ground hex and some of the terrain we've got going on. So I think we'll stay here. Kind of want that pole hammer. You go away for a bit and come back to another promised potential. Who is it? There's a chat command. Boom. Trash comps. I just like to... Thanks for giving me the opportunity to show off the chat command. Boy, that's a lot of range defense. I'm not going to bother disarming there. And we'll move Eagledub forward here. Should I go for a stun? Let's do a regular attack. He's not super dangerous, we just want him to die. And he didn't drop the ball on the failed ones, nice. Well, define drop the ball. Whose balls are dropping, you know? Toughest battle you've had so far this run? Oh, that's a great question, and I don't know the answer. Step back for less crowded? Oh, yeah, I could have. Could have and should have. Good. Rude. Oh, we got fractured ribs. Dang, I was really excited to do a bunch of death blows there. You know, one nice thing about Unstoppable 2 is that a bro like Ulfadin gets to sort of move in the initiative turn order from the back to the front, especially since he gains his fatigue back from battle flow. So it's almost like poor man's adrenaline as well as all the other benefits. Got him. Right, so like there, pushed him to the top of the turn order. That's pretty nice. And when did we get this injury? Round 2? Okay. Your cat is by the speaker and she heard the dog while you were petting her and bit you? Oh no. I'm sorry. That's incredibly perceptive though. For what it's worth, my dogs, when they very first heard the Battle Brothers dog sound, they're fully acclimated now. But when they first heard it, both of them were like, where is this threat? Am I going into bros? Do I have 11 bros? Hold up. Oh. Yeah, I'm going into battle with 11 bros. Why am I doing that? Wow, we need recruit replacements. Wolf did more damage than everyone else put together in that fight, I believe. You know, I didn't look at the stats, but I think that's going to be a recurring theme. Like, I think it's going to be true in most fights. He was over 1k? That sounds right. We got ourselves a Rondell dagger. Pretty happy to have that. All right, Eldazare. I think we'll go ahead and grab Fast Adaptation. On our cool Whipper. And do I still take the +1 melee defense? Let's grab Resolve instead. All right, let's, I guess, replace our Shield Sergeant. Yeah. Hopefully we get there before nighttime. And we do. So they've got the safe roads buff here. Let's look at the sale price, because we actually might want to sell here. Nope, we don't. Ooh, some travelers mentioned something about an overwhelming location east from here. Well, east from here is pretty vague. And east would be legendary location. East from here, so you can think of it as, you know, 2 rays and it's the area between them. Which I guess is like a triangle or whatever. How many promises complete? Never mind, you're like, no, you're not the first person. Actually, I'm impressed, Lucid Tavi, that you did in fact notice. Lots of people, it's discreet enough. Yeah, pizza slice, it's a pizza slice. But it's an endless pizza slice. It's a pizza slice that you can start eating and just keep feeding pizza until the end of time. Anyway, you know, east of here, that's a lot. Assuming it goes endlessly, it kind of says nothing. The best kind of pizza slice? Honestly, yeah. Ooh, let's look at the shinies. Alright, that kind of sucks. But what about this one? Okay, that one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. %66% armor ignore. Lissai. Let's buy 1 stack of tools, that way we're fixing up all the stuff we've got equipped. And I probably want to put on the reinforced mail hauberk, don't I? Leather scale armor honestly kind of sucks. Yeah, we need tools. I think I'm okay with just like the 1 stack for now. And we got these nasal helmet with mails. Definitely not as good as our RoboCop helm. but they're still pretty nice. So what's the composition of this company? Still doing Phalanx Squad with heavy ranged, or switching things up? No, we're still doing a Phalanx comp with heavy ranged. Actually, the heavy ranged part is probably not even quite true. But the rest of it is. We're still doing Phalanx comp. Alright, so let's head down to Niwakai. And then we're going to take a boat to Seastat to sell stuff. And then from there, maybe head up, possibly checking out the hideout of the Death Defier. Maybe. And then making our way back to complete the quest. But that'll get us off the road and into a place where maybe we can do some fights. So when we get another successful... Oh. PP, we visit the arena to risk all 3 boys for fame and glory, right? Yeah, I think so. Alright, well, they're running at us pretty confidently. Nope. Well. So much for that. Alright, see what they've got for recruits. Nobody for us. Let's go ahead and make this Nacho trophy. It's my trophy. And I think I am going to make a War Dog armor as well. Let's put this on the Chowster. He's got pretty low resolve. Okay. So if we do the heavy War Dog armor, I mean, I don't think I'm going to use a large quiver of arrows because we've got the... I mean, I suppose if we train a new archer, right? But we've got the Bloodletter's Reach, so we're just going to keep using those. And then on Eric O, I think we're going to circle back for Crossbow and Firearm Mastery, and then just start using our handgun and Incendiary Shot. So I don't think we'd want a large quiver. I mean, honestly, a large quiver of bolts is rarely necessary anyway. Is that a Nomad version of the Brigand Hunter, only seen in Patrol Mission? What? I don't know what you're talking about, Lucid Tavi. Is that a thing? I don't know. Grimbro in the forest east of here. So it's got to be like here or here. Yeah, I'll get the heavy War Dog armor. And then we're gonna... I don't think we've got any Warhounds without armor. We'll get a new Warhound. Oh, and I suppose we have... I bet... There's a bro still with a Goblin dagger. Nope. Cool. Alright, so we're gonna go to Seastat. Hey, and they're mustering troops. This is great news. Not for potential recruits, but for sale price. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. That is a wonderful sale price. And do I keep an extra kite shield? I've had some problems keeping shields around. Seems like it might be a good idea. So on our shield Sarge, I was keeping a wooden skirmisher shield in our pocket. It's only one more fatigue to keep one of these in the pocket instead. Do you want to keep a backup heater for the parry bro on beast fights? Oh, probably. We've already got one, but we may as well keep it, make it like be a nice one, right? 21 fatigue. Yeah, he's got an injury. He's got an injury. And I might hang on to the jagged pike, actually. I might have a desire to use that on bros that we're training up. We've got our whip. I don't think we need another one. And I might keep the winged mace. If a brother realizes their potential and they end up getting mace mastery and we want to keep that. I feel like that easily could happen. I'm gonna hang on to this Temple of Knowledge. That might yet have a home. Hey Slurgy, I asked before, but you're new. But for high range defense bros, does it make sense to grab both anticipation and parry? Just because parry doesn't work on anything with no weapons and anticipation. Yeah, so one of the reasons why you might want to not do that, up down MTB, is that anticipation is based on your current range defense. Parry is based on your base range defense, but then lowers your current ranged defense by 70%. So in other words, once you know, both of them, you want to keep pumping the same stat. And I had the same thought, for what it's worth. When I very first saw Hardened, I built brothers with both, and that was just a mistake. I think it's just not good. You end up not getting that much benefit from anticipation, because when you are engaged in melee with an enemy, parry changes essentially converts your range defense into melee defense. And you can think of it as like, then you sort of lose what anticipation would give you. At least the majority of it. So I think it's best to just not combine the two. But only, no. I think each one of these bullet points can be read independently. I mean, so, okay. I mean, yes, right? But that's most enemies. Like, that's almost all of them. Anticipation works for beasts, etc. Yeah. So anticipation would still work against beasts. I mean, as written, yes. But I feel like when you have a perk that turns off for most of the fights, I don't think that's good enough. But you're right. I think anticipation should still work for beasts. That's probably true. But that doesn't feel like good enough value. I don't know. And it would work against, I guess, an enemy attacking you with a reach weapon, as long as you're not engaged in melee. Feels a little narrow, but... Alright, so let's head north from here. And we'll maybe take a quick peek on the hideout of the Death Defier. Or at the very least, some undead that are wandering around. Those are great for experience. Did we just, oh no, you're right. We just missed some of them, but not all of them. Sir Kells. Let's see, is anyone gonna hit level 11? Vance, Lightning. Oh, Fulio, I bet will. No, did not. He's so close. Yeah, we need to hire more bros. All right, King Tet's gonna get flexible. That's actually really good. And let's go with... Let's go with hit points. He's got determined. Did dismissing generate XP? Yes. So when you dismiss a brother in Hardened, and you pay them their severance package, you get to reclaim half of the experience that they had generated. Kind of nice. We got a max roll in lots of stats here. Let's go with... I'm gonna go with the initiative on this, brother. We'll take the fatigue. Shoot. Well, I gave you the initiative. I think either one would serve you well. And I think the idea is to give you a... oh, that's not a dynamic duo. Hopefully to find you a dynamic duo partner. And then operate kind of on the edge of the formation, doing sneaky sword stuff. Not gonna lie, you dislike parry since it deletes your RDF so much. And those desert stalkers have an eye of lightning. Yeah, lighting your bows on fire. Well, that's true. I think that's a reasonable concern. All right, so we definitely want to do the undead wandering around. That is many heads. A Klagmutter. The hell's a Klagmutter? This fight seems okay. Hollenhuns, yeah. Are those spooky ghost dogs? They are. We fought one. They can do some serious damage. Oh, that's right. We're gonna have to shield wall at the start. I guess I don't need a spear wall. Oh well. But yeah, the spooky ghost dogs are... They're spooky, they're ghosts, and they're dogs. If a warhound dies, can the necro raise it? I would guess no, because they're like ghost dogs, but I don't actually know the answer to that question. They should be able to, and maybe they are. I don't know. They might be able to, for all I know. I'm not sure. If the Conqueror dies, can a Necro raise it? Haven't we figured that out during the Battle Brawl? Haven't we tested this? I don't remember the result. Alright, I think I want to get the... flail spinner going, or whatever it's called. Oh, right, not enough bros adjacent to us. Well, alright. The Conqueror can be possessed, right, but not raised? That sounds right, but I don't remember for sure. What if Book Guy in Labyrinth and Conqueror were in the same room, can the book guy always revive the Conqueror man? That's another good question. That's another good question. Partial force. Dad arm. Let's do a tasty reap. Let's do another one. Goodbye, fallen soldier. Whip cracked him and gave him a broken arm sinew. You love to see it. Well, step right up. Get back down. Okay. Yeah, pretty good experience for that. For like what is a genuinely super easy, practically trivial fight. Yeah, that's nice. XP's going up fast, yeah. So did we... No, we did not hit level 11 on a bro. Yeah, so who's going to be next? Is it Vance Lightning? We'll take a look here in a second. Well, I'll look now. Oh, no. Fulio. Oh, Fulio is 15 experience away. Fulio is on the edge of greatness or failure. We shall see soon. Fire someone quick? I mean, we could, but I want to keep everyone. I like these bros. Fulio's edging us. Fulio's edging us. Okay, the Chalicer's leveled up. I think we'll go with Resolve here since this bro has the sad candle. Craven. And... What do we grab on this bro? Fulio can go 1v5 some peasants to get there. He could. He could indeed. So the only weapon mastery here is Spear. I'm kind of thinking we want to just take what's good for the next battles in sight. You mixed up your previous question. How's Trash Comps doing? He's level 11, and he's doing great. We're still holding off on one perk that we need to go to a training hall to acquire the heavy armor. And we're going to grab Battle Forged. So he's going to have Flexible and Battleforged and a whole bunch of other defensive perks, and he's going to be an unstoppable force of death. You can hit things now sometimes. Uh-huh. Sure can. Sure can. Taunt? Oh, Taunt is interesting. Actually, I wonder if I want to use this mace instead of the hammer. Probably do. So this is a group of digital age peasants watching a guy command a troop of imaginary medieval peasants. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could do Taunt. Skirmisher 2 is fine. Skirmisher is fine, yeah. Honestly, I don't even hate Entrenched. Just for the resolve. Could also be Rebuke. Could also just be Rebuke. Yeah, sure. Let's do Rebuke. Alright. Master Maticus is leveled up. Another +3 here. He's doing pretty well. So this is our Spear Bro. With Wear Them Down, which has, I think, surprisingly worked kind of well. And this bro's going to be pretty important. I think I am probably going to fight the zombies. So this bro's, he's pretty important. We could do Spear Flurry so that we're able to attack when enemies do get through the spear wall. That's not really how I like to use the spear. Like, I don't think that's super useful, actually. I'm very interested in the stats of this level up. Like, I like all of these. We go with these ones, and it's either the resolve or hit points. Hopefully Master Maticus takes Agile from Realized Potential so we can take Footwork and Avenge You. He could, actually. That'd be pretty sweet. Fatigue? I mean, we could do Fatigue. I think this bro's got enough, though. People are clamoring for HP. I kind of feel like HP is good, but the fights where we want to use this bro, where we sort of, this is like a special agent bro. Master Maticus is not a bro we take into normal fights, but he's a bro we take into fights against undead. You know what undead has? Ghosts. You know what we really don't want to have happen when we're fighting against ghosts? For our spear bro to be like, no, I don't want to do it anymore. So I'm gonna go with Resolve. Second Wind is kind of okay. For like when one enemy is already through, that's kind of bad. Does Double Strike work with... Hold up. Would Double Strike work with the Spear Wall attacks? After a successful hit, deal 25% more damage until you miss an attack, move, wait, or end your turn. I feel like the way this is written, if you've got your spear wall out, much like with Wear Them Down, that this should work. Does Double Strike work with a Sword Lance is the question? Non-AoE attack. So it, I suppose, would work with the single target attack, but why are we doing the single target attack of a Sword Lance? Experiment time? I think it's experiment time. We'll try it. All right, Eldazari, our cool whip. We're just gonna grab Cleaver Mastery right now. And he's got a lot of fatigue. I'm gonna do the resolve here. But we might take some +2 fatigue rolls later. All right, so let's take another close look at this fight. I suppose we will, because it looked like it was something I was gonna do. I'm not gonna do it at night. Let's just step over on this mountain, get like a little bit of visibility. It's in the swamp. So let's get over to this side. We'll just camp until the morning. Okay. A hooded man, which is less potent than a necromancer. This seems fine. I still want to bring our banner in. I don't know what the hell a Klagmutter is. Maybe I should be afraid of this, but eh. Now I'm maybe a little afraid of bringing Wabakishko. I mean, could one enemy be this? Nah, we're just gonna do it like this. This will be fine. We are strong. We are smart. We are brave. Double Strike sounds good for the Catal? Yes. 29% chance for a shiny. Was it that high? I didn't even look. That's pretty good. Did we not bring our dog? Or excuse me, our Kaka? Is the Kaka and someone in the... It is. It's kind of a mistake. Okay, so everyone's shield walling. What if the hooded man takes his hood off and turns out to be a necromancer? That'd be pretty spooky. For edge of the map, it's not a high percentage. Yeah, but we're on like the edge of the map that's close to other cities. So we're not actually that far from like civilization or anything. Hooded man looks like a hatted man. I'm noticing this. That's not a hood, that's a hat. Is it still too late to request our money back? Get a refund? False advertising? There's a hood under the hat? Can you do that? Got him. Klagmunter uses whale from back there? Trigger a negative morale check for all enemies within 6 tiles with a stacking penalty of -5 resolve for each tile the target is closer to you. Targets who lose morale due to this are afflicted with grieving malaise. Lose morale in ways. 50% less initiative build food. So it's a single morale check. That's good. It's not like a bunch of them. Like a ghost. In an AoE from within 6. So she did it from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so she did it like just against those two. But she did it with I guess something of a penalty, right? Oh my god, can I get that to stay? Okay. So it's just a negative morale check, okay. Okay. She does not have Pathfinder. And otherwise she's just got the ghastly touch. Okay. Music is a banger. Oh yeah. I love the Undead track. It's very good. Looks like a cool unused asset. It kind of does. So if I'm worried about fleeing, I think I should tuck these bros in. So I'm going to bring Vance Lightning down and Broken Exile down, and we'll get in a nice tighter blob. Do you have rally? No. No, we don't have any bros that can have rally. Alright, so he's got the wear them down on him. And I want to try to get like an AoE. Let's attack here. Yeah, that'll be good. Reforged / Hardened art style is so good. Yeah, these enemies look really good. I agree. And we've got whirling stance. Let's keep it. So King Ted, I think I might recover just so we don't have the wear them down debuff on us. Feels kind of important. We don't want that. Is icky. Swordlane's doing great work? Yeah. I mean, I sort of figured it would. I certainly expected that it would. I might do an aim shot on this Hardened. Because I mean, we still can actually hit them with an okay chance. Goodbye, Hardened. So we have numbness. Whatever. Hardened, be gone. Nice head hit. So King Tet did get exposed ribs from the Holland Hund that attacked him. Boss, you're scared? I think you're okay. I think you're all right. Don't worry about it. We've got rotation. Keep fighting. Keep fighting the good fight. Nothing to be afraid of. Yeah, the spear wall's doing really well. Spear wall on the bottom has been putting in work. Master Maticus has been... Oh yeah, is the double strike working? I haven't been looking. So we should be able to test. Next enemy that moves into melee with him, we'll have a look. But the ghost has really big, really big empty eye sockets? Technically correct. The best kind of correct. Alright, so we're gonna have to do some rotation here on Ulfadin. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I do the Reap, regular attack. Okay, because Eagletab can rotate. Eagletab can rotate Broken Exile out of here, so. She screamed at me, I'm out. Fair. So we can get a kill here. Only if we hit him in the head. We can get a kill here for sure if we hit. Let's do that. But then we can't, we gotta rotate, because we don't have a choice. It still makes the sad dog sound? Alright, so we're gonna watch these enemies as they go into the Spear Bro. And we're gonna look at the damage. $27, then 21. And it didn't hit armor either time. Wait, what? So head hit for 27, so he does have, so one thing to keep in mind, 21 and then 27 is, I think it actually worked. So we don't have to worry about the headshot because we have through the gaps. So a headshot and a body shot should do the same amount of damage. So Spear Wall does half damage, right? The attacks do half damage. Oh, yeah. Okay, this tooltip was confusing me because I was like, I don't know what this is saying. This is the damage of thrust because he is currently spear walling, and definitely it works. And you can see the buff active. Yeah, it works. Okay, that's actually kind of good, isn't it? So instead of 50% damage, it's actually 62.5% damage, which is relevant. Cool. Math, really? Right in front of my chicken nuggets? Oh yeah, your nugs are ready for math. sounds like a euphemism somehow. It's not. Alright, Broken Exiles decided to peace out. Is Slurgy actually clueless? Yeah, I don't know what that reference is. I don't know pop culture references. If you make pop culture references, I won't know them. Generally speaking. Pop culture? I don't know, what kind of culture is it? Some people, it's the only culture they've got. Soda culture? Ignorance is bliss? No, I genuinely have no idea. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, though. That's true. Let's put out a Warhound. A Broken Exile has decided he's back and ready to fight. Yeah, this lady's pretty serious. She's kind of mean. I'm gonna send Ulfanen after her. What? Tries... What? Fails to pierce Clagmunter's Whimpering Veil. Whimpering Veil. Melee attackers must pass morale checks equal to the number of morale states they are below confident. So 1. Oh, wow. Okay. So he's at... Wow, okay. So we need a confident bro. We can get one of those. Alright, so we want it to be trash comps. Let's disrespect zone of control. Yeah. Easy. Trash comps. He saw right through her clever disguise. I do see how that enemy, in different circumstances, could be really dangerous. These were not those circumstances. Because it was just a bunch of zombies. And despite her ethereal floating form, you know what she didn't have? Pathfinder. And crushed Batman's head in between her thighs? The ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny? Is that a pop culture reference? Okay, if it happened on the internet in the early 2000s, then I know it. Multiple of them probably gets bad pretty quickly. Yeah, and I'm also seeing how maybe resolve goes up in value as a stat. All right. And I suppose we'll let Master Maticus, who was kind of one of the heroes of the fight, take out the hooded man. No shiny. But we did get some Hardened bones. We could make a phantom draft. Could craft one of those. I like these tip of the iceberg fights, testing the water for new enemies. It's the best way to do it, right? I'm not going to go deep into like enemies that I don't know anything about. And oh, I almost tabbed over. That was so close. We've got a prediction to do. That is Fulio. Hopefully that didn't, I think that, yeah. Did Fulio realize his potential? I don't think that revealed anything when I hovered over it. I think it just said he was level 11. Cool. For a fun trip down memory lane, figure out which of the figures in the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny are dead now. Oh no. Well, Mr. Rogers. In both versions of the song, even. Because yeah, there's a second version. It's a little bit different. So far, it has been failure, success, failure, success, failure, success. We're due for failure, and that's what people believe. There's a second version, you gotta see this. I believe, I'm not even gonna give any hints. I believe in your ability to find it. It's a little bit different. It's a different type of showdown. And I think you'll enjoy who wins. Okay, looks like the prediction is over. Ooh, we got... All right, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. And the result is... Okay. We remain... I hope that it's not actually a pattern and it alternates. That would be kind of disappointing. But so far it has literally been a pattern. Well. Did Fulio realize his potential? No. Easiest thing ever to flip a coin in code, so I don't think they'd have done that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be... I'm pretty sure it's done correctly, would be my guess. I think this one is just a coincidence. And I think we have enough money to dismiss him now. Doesn't feel like RNG anymore. I think genuinely it is just a coincidence. I can't imagine that being... Yeah, I mean, like Psycho Link said, it's like the easiest thing to do in the code. We need more bros in reserve. We do. We do. And I need to update the... failed potential. And I'm gonna substitute honor HD for... Is there an army way of abbreviating honorably discharged? There must be, right? Get Dark Soul on the phone right now, yeah. Now, we didn't have any other bros. Oh, wait. Oh. Look what just happened from dismissing that bro. I didn't even get a chance to do a gamba. We got another failed potential. RNG is saved. RNG is saved. Vance Lightning failed his too. So I guess we don't get a prediction here. Wow. Well. Maybe wait for a few fresh boys to dismiss Vance. I think that's true, actually, in this case. I think that's gonna be what we do. Yeah, might want to hire a new bro before dismissing for the XP. I think that's a good way of doing it, right? That way we get them off on a head start. Dang. That all happens so fast. Maybe the code reads alternate the first 4, then zeros for the rest until you quit from exhaustion. It might. Where are we at for retinue? Yeah, still just the 3. We're getting kind of close to the next seat. Vance lighting has failed us. Or did we fail Vance Lightning? We can consider Recruiter. I think we could. Yeah. Recruiter's actually probably a pretty good idea. I don't want to replace any of the ones we've got right now. But let's see, how close were we? Not that close. We'll see. But yeah, I am going to keep Vance Lightning around. What I might do is only run him when we need him. Which might be frequent, right? We might need him fairly often. It's not much of a phalanx when it's 2 duos. That's right, it'll be in the back with the cucumber water. All right, so trash comps, we're still waiting on training the shield sergeant. So let's see, what do we get on the shield sergeant? Still looking to grab Hold Steady to help against orc fights. Could grab Between the Ribs. Wear Them Down. I don't think I'll get Wear Them Down. Bro didn't even fight to gain XP. Fulio probably told a dark truth of the world. Leveled up only to crack the plate he was given. A dark truth of the world. It's fierce. We've got these fractured ribs right now, which I don't love. So this bro isn't going to be one that we want in too dangerous of a position. I'm almost tempted to grab Rebuke on this bro, which seems a little silly. But like, I don't want him to get attacked. A Rebuke kind of helps prevent that. Really need him to roll Colossus? Nah, we've got Death Wish and 9 lives. What more could we possibly need? Could grab the Rush of Battle so we don't get injured. Shield Expert may help with defense. Yeah, so Shield Expert is going to be necessary because he's only got a dagger. Right, so he's not going to have very much reach. So that's why I do have it marked. Let's just do that. I think that's probably the wise and correct choice. Ulfadin has already hit level 12. Incredible. So do I just like pump Resolve now? I'm starting to believe that maybe some of these new enemies are We haven't even seen the new faction yet. But they look spooky. They might be ghosty. Don't tell me anything. I mean, I know they're undead, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if they also had some sort of resolve mechanic. Obviously, we were just introduced to some new enemy, a new enemy that that has one. Yeah, probably resolve. I mean, this is a backline bro, so it's not as important, but... Who is able to rally? Nobody. Cripples, beggars, and refugees. It is possible that we will be able to get a bro who can rally later if we get the shared perk group of leadership. I don't know if that's possible to be... It says a random shared perk group, so I assume it is. The problem is, if this comes on a bro that like doesn't have a ton of resolve, what are we doing? But we'll see. It'd be ideal on the banner, obviously, but if it can't be on the banner, it would be pretty good on one of the bros in the phalanx. I think that'd be totally fine. Okay, Travesty066. I'm kind of tempted to grab Flexible before I grab Bullseye, just because I'm scared for him. I think I'm going to. And we're going to leave his armor as it is. We need a better helmet for him that doesn't have a vision penalty. We'll get one eventually. All right, very nice level up from a stat perspective. Resolve? Nah, this bro doesn't... Well, we didn't take resolve. Entrenched gives a ton of resolve, though. So, like, he's got 30 now. When, not if, but when we realize our potential, we're going to go up to 45. 45 plus entrenched actually brings him up to, like, 65. That's... So, despite how low it is, actually, I don't think he'll need any. Could always make a banner a loot song spammer to keep resolve sky high. That's true. And we are going to take hybridization on Wabakishko. And so we could do battle standard, a sling, and a loot. That is a true minstrel. All right, Plague Bird has hit level 9. You love to see it. You don't love to see the one in melee skill. So perks we're looking to take on this bro are rotation and formidable approach. I guess given the 60 melee skill, I kind of want to grab formidable approach first. He's rolling really well defensively though. Grab the resolve. All right, let's return to Mulenheim. I might stop by Wallstein, just because it's been a long time since we've been there, so the recruit pool should be pretty fresh. Might be nighttime when we arrive. Imagine the duel, Lute screaming against the ghost song. If it were like an anime or something, there'd be like two different like energy waves coming at each other. Gonna be like 5 MDef after potential, potentially? Or 50, yeah. Okay. Luck or impending disaster. You found a wounded soldier dressed in reasonably nice looking armor. Huh. All of these events that happen like near friendly towns. Oh, wow. So if we do that, armor and weapon may be useful, and he won't be needing them in the afterlife. We gain either a arming sword, Morningstar, military pick, or warbrand. Okay, so that's kind of whatever. But then we also get a heraldic hauberk, decorated full helm, mail shirt or mail hauberk. Especially the decorated full helm. Damn, that'd be pretty sweet. Of course, what we also get is -1 reputation and potentially -20 relations with the noble house. Now, we don't want -20 relations with this noble house. But that's what happens. Well, damn. They're gonna like us at least a little bit more when we show them all these heads that we've collected along the way. I mean, we could have just added one more. RNG's been rough tonight. Yeah, it was a bait corpse. It was a bait corpse. At least no one lost a finger this time. True. He was faking it. He was faking it. You heard it here. You gotta feel around for the fishing line next time? True. All right. We found ourselves a beggar. There was just this is destiny. There's just one brother for hire. I bet this guy's gonna be a real Chad. Well, he's got 40 range skill. And a low roll in fatigue. Good defenses. 44 melee skill? Well, they can't all be winners. All right, so I might actually do this armed courier to Niwakai. We are more likely to find recruits that we want down here. So even though I would like to go north and get Trash Comp's Battleforged, it doesn't actually really matter that much right now. So I'm gonna head south. At least hybridization is based on base melee before clumsy. I mean, that's true. Yeah, so I'm gonna accept this contract because we're gonna head that way anyway. And then we'll hit up the southern cities looking for boys. Looking for boys to join us. Cause well, sometimes you gotta take a different route. Oh. Just kidding. They're on their way. Yeah, not these boys. We're just gonna go ahead and scooch right on away from here. Oh man, there's more stuff going on here. The Noble War is in full swing. We saw a wounded soldier and everything. We simply attempted a simple requisition. All right, got some briggies here. We do want to fight them. More briggies here. We'll fight them too. Now these are going to be swamp briggies. We hate swamp briggies. Okay. This outlaw is gonna bleed. Good luck on your venture. You're gonna go sleep. Well, have a good sleep, Lucid Tommy. Thanks for hanging. Now, we may need to charge them. I mean, it's looking like we probably will, and we can on the bottom. But might let them shoot and throw first. I'm not sure. Okay, this guy's just about to bleed out. Just 2 turns, that's all he's got. I missed! Feels like I shouldn't be able to do that. I should always hit them. Fights go much better when you hit them. Well, we got our line of shields protecting us. Well, some of us. Very tempted to push forward in the second half of the round down here. Probably will. Ow. Boy. Travesty is wrecking them, kinda. Alright, so we don't need to push forward. Good. I didn't really want to. I was hoping they would do it for us. Now, I don't really want to step in the murky water. But I don't want King Ted up there. Why does everything suck? Got him with the disarm. Some things are nice. Is it good to have an axe bro just to be able to break shields? I think it's okay to have an axe bro, but mostly for the bearded blade ability that disarms. Against enemies that have phalanx, like Ancient Dead, I think situationally it can be okay. Okay. We should run here soon. In fact, that might have been all they needed to start running. Run through the swamp is not easy. Yeah, unstoppable. I'm glad I took that. That's already been really good, and I think it will continue to get better. All right, that guy's gonna get away. That's okay. Just, you know, collecting more stuff to sell, basically. Briggies on the road really don't give that much experience in this mod. Not much at all. Okay. Marksmen, Raiders, Outlaws. I mean, this is kind of a similar fight to the previous. Similar in composition. It's not going to be in the swamp. Kind of took some knocks on our armor. I guess I kind of want to have him stand a little further back. Every little bit counts. Every little bit counts. It does. It does. And, you know, the gear that we're able to acquire from them and sell, that's very valuable to us. So they're all shield walling up. Okay, so there's their other marksman. All right, second half of second round. All right, so they've expended their ranged attacks. We could move up now, I guess, before the second half, since they've already done their ranged attacks, and at least go for these boys right up here. I do want to make sure I don't lose my shield wall, though. So now we're good to move forward on everyone. Well, all right, they're gonna I did not think they would push forward so aggressively. Often they are reluctant to do so. So we're breaking up 2 chunks of our phalanx. Which isn't exactly how I wanted this to go. I think we'll be okay. Well, that's a fresh boy, though. They did jump him early on. So there's only 2 attacks that they get against him. So we should be able to proc 9 and then be okay. Yeah, he's not even going to be able to do that. So I'll have Eldazar just run back to the bushes. Okay, Shield Sergeant doing Shield Sergeant stuff. Ulfadin doing Ulfadin stuff. Giving him a great cleave. Okay, we'll need to be a little bit careful with Master Maticus there. I think he's fine now. But... okay. Damn. Full force. Took their hill from them. Suddenly they are falling apart. Did they hire and shave Slurgy? Which one? Which one of these, which one of these dudes is the shaved Slurgy? Was it the one we just took out? Vaguely, he was vaguely Slurgy-like. I think I agree with that. The dead one? Well, that's all of them. Let's see, I don't think we hit level 11, right? Oh, did we? Oh, Eagledub hit level 11. The pike guy had your hat? Oh, I see. Yeah, Eagledub has hit level 11. Will Eagledub reach his potential? Yes and no. This time for sure. This time for sure. We shall see. You've got 1 minute. I mean, if the previous one was a failure, the next one has to be a success. That's just how it goes. And that's what people are believing. That's what people are believing. If it goes up, it's got to go down. If it goes down, it's got to go up. That's just how it works. Everybody knows this. It's destiny. And then this other bro is level 10. Very nice. It's just physics? It's just physics. Just physics. And it's tricky because I got to make sure to like highlight over him but not click him because then his stats would show up. Okay, looks like people are believing yes. Big vote for no at the end though. Smart. You believe in Eagledub? Well, let's see what happens. And... sad. Damn, this is brutal. This is brutal. Easy money? Brutal. Definitely need to hire more bros. Definitely need to hire more bros. And we just got our stuff stolen from us. On the bright side, we got a spare nacho necklace in the stash. Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, we need more bros. Demand a recount. Are there hanging chads? There's at least a couple chads. Does King Tet want a Sipar? Yeah, probably. I think the Chaucer wants a kite shield too. Okay. So let's level up Eric O. And let's get crossbow and firearm mastery. And I think we want to go with a handgun. Any armor we can craft from these bones? Like our crafting supplies? No, they don't make armors. Or like armor attachments or anything. They do a few pretty interesting things. Like the Fireblood tonic I think is legitimately kind of good. And maybe something that we give the next bro we go toe to toe with the Barbarian Madman. I might go with melee defense on Erico. Similar argument as before, we're really not going to need much resolve. You're rooting for Master Maticus? Me too. You like resolve? Failed to pass ratio is making you sad, especially since OG got his fruits diced. Fruits have been diced, and many brothers have failed. It's been a rough go. It's been a rough go. Sure, I mean, we can grab some resolve. What the heck? I think this bro legitimately will be able to be something of a true hybrid. And we'll see what we end up getting for like shared perk groups and stuff like that. But this bro might be able to do some pretty cool stuff. It depends. I'd actually maybe like to get him bow mastery in the future. We'll see. Maybe not. Wabakishko, our dastardly banner. We need to get him a loot. I think that's actually true. Excuse me. So let's grab hybridization. And I am going to give him, as wild as this may sound, of all things, a sling. It would be nice if he rolls trained. It'd be super nice if he rolls trained, yeah. So we always take the resolve. And I think we always take the hit points. And Indomitable? Oh boy. No, this bro's not gonna have enough fatigue for that. Yeah, we could go with ranged. He's gonna hit stuff. Especially when he realizes his potential. Okay. I'm convinced. So let's follow these footprints to the Rotten Lodge. To the Rotten Lodge. Whoa. There's a chase going on down there. Let's try out this handgun, see how Erico likes it. He likes it. I mean, I think that was pretty good. Yeah, marauding noble army got distracted by nomads. That is what looks like happened. Witch arm. What? He made it through the spear wall. Oh, and we rebuked and... Okay, cool. So this is just a bunch of thugs. Lowlifes. I guess there's an outlaw right in front of us. Bit of a bloodbath, bit of a bloodbath. There's still 8 enemies though, so. Ah, okay. So it's the scoundrels hanging out in the back. Just gonna push Master Maticus forward. Got him. Kaka! It's like our war cry. And suddenly they are all running away. Run them down. Okay. Not that much experience from this fight, but not that bad. Like, for it being a basically free fight. We've nearly filled our inventory with mostly junk, if we're being honest. Oh. They decided to give up on their snack? I don't think we want to fight this noble army. It's not terrible, but I don't... Well... no, I don't think we want to fight the noble army. But we do, in fact, want to fight these nomads. We'd kind of like to fight them at night, I think. I think this is still nighttime. Good, it is. Caw-caw! You're rooting for Broken Exile, even though he's a bit scared of ghosts? Yeah. I mean, can you blame him, though? Ghosts are pretty scary. Like, imagine you're minding your own business, and unmistakably in front of you, you see a ghost, an apparition of what was once a man or woman or whatever, a person staring at you in the eyes, screaming a horrific scream. I'd run. First I'd wet my pants, then I'd run. Think it was his mother's ghost? She yelled at him to do the dishes, take out the trash. Actually, I guess we got 9 lives there, but we did not. I tell them they have ugly toes, then run? It's pretty brave. Telling someone they got ugly toes is, can be pretty dangerous. Oh, we should not have put that bro there. That makes it better. You just start clay shaping and hope for the best? Clay shaping? I don't know what that means. There have been a lot of references in the chat that I've not known what they are. Am I uncultured? Am I uncivilized? Pottery blah 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 ghost reference? Are pottery and ghosts related in some way that I'm unaware of? It doesn't even have bandages. You mean shaping clay? There's a famous romance movie involving 2 of these things. Does it involve the ultimate destiny in some way? Gun double shot bug fixed? Yes. Yep, that has been fixed. So we don't have to worry about that messing with things. Full force. And the follow-up. Dark Soul patching speed is unreal. Yes. It's very fast. Okay, so Eldazari got a dislocated shoulder, which sort of sucks, but realistically maybe isn't even that bad. Like, I don't know. The pierced chest that he got earlier, like in a previous fight, sort of sucks, but like, if we just have him disarm once in a turn, who cares? It costs +3 action points. Maybe it kind of, like, we kind of care. But not that much. All right, King Tet. He's eventually going to be, at least that's what I'm saying, is Hammer. We'll see if that ends up being true. For now, I think we want to grab Duelist. It's just a very, very, very nice perk. And I think we still take the +1s in melee defense. Sometimes you're out playing with the boys and you just dislocate your shoulder. What you gonna do? Yeah, it happens. Three HP better than 1 MDef here? I'm not sure. There are a lot of like direct HP attacks now we're seeing too. Those Hollenhuns have it. And they hit pretty hard. Do you even want the fatigue? I thought about not grabbing the fatigue, but I feel like 94 is... We can always just increase the amount of armor that he's wearing. And 94 feels a little low. I think 98 gives us a little more breathing room for armor equipping. But I think it's a valid question to ask. Puncture still, yeah, puncture is still dangerous. And he doesn't have 9 lives. Okay. I mean, I think that's reasonable. You like the Resolve? I think Resolve's good too. And I'm not going to fight this noble army. I think we're a little too beat up. Alright, they've been raided and they've got disappearing villagers. Things are bad here. We could make one of these phantom drafts. So give us Ethereal. Gain +10 melee defense and range defense against attacks for every tile between the attacker and you. Sorry, YouTube delay. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, YouTube, that is one problem with the YouTube stream, is it tends to be at a kind of unreasonably long delay. Like, I feel like one of the most important things about a live broadcast, just in general, of anything, like this doesn't have anything to do with games, doesn't, you know, whatever, is that it is as close to real time as you can get it. That's the one downside to YouTube, is it is definitely not as it's more delayed. It's more delayed than Twitch. I was gonna say not as fast, but that wasn't the right way to put it. I'm trying to think if there's a fight where we would want to use one of these, like in the short term. And then who we would put it on. At least you can read the YouTube comments now. Yeah. It sucks I had to get like a whole different setup to do it, but I think I like this setup better anyway. Feels like a Goblin City potion. Yeah, exactly. It does. It feels like you craft 12 of these, everybody drinks one, and then you go to Goblin City. I mean, right? I don't know. That's sort of what it feels like. I don't think I even want to craft one. I might just sell the crafting supplies. Okay, so we want to go to the south to do our recruiting and things like that. One of the tricky things is our inventory is full and we want to sell stuff. We've got like the golden chalice and all that too. I kind of suspect that it'll be worth going to Seastat, and then we can just maybe take the boat to Ras Sanan afterwards. Can suddenly do Goblin City during the day. Yeah, yeah. Although I don't know that you'd want to. If the shamans root you on the first turn instead of casting night vision. Yeah, let's go to Seastat. All right, and they're still mustering troops. Wonderful. So who knows how long this will last. So let's sell stuff while we've got the opportunity. You want the action point? Yeah, probably. What is the recipe for that? What are the other components of the Fireblood potion? I could have looked, and I didn't. Something from the Ifrits? I see. Oh, apparently also something from... Oh, wait, no. And do I keep a couple extra shields? I think I do. Well, we're gonna wander through the desert, so we're not gonna need them. We need to just have extras when we leave the south. And I might keep one extra crossbow. Do I keep the three-headed flail? I mean, I guess I could equip it on Advanced Lightning. Definitely don't want to sell the Warhammers. Do we want the Jagged Pike for a recruit? I was thinking about that, but then I think I'll just give him a Sword Lance. I think that's fine. But I had the same thought running through my head. So we got the Decayed Closed Flat Top and Mail. I don't think we're going to want to use that. Oops. I want to keep the Padded Kettle Hat. It's actually a reasonably efficient one. Well, I don't know who's gonna use it though. I mean, I guess we kind of care about Eldazare's vision. I'll probably just do this one. No, I guess it's not that efficient. Never mind. Had it mistaken. Oh, actually, let's give him this. Okay. I think that's good. I think that's how we want to do things. You should be able to whip at night right now. Yes. Right, and that's what I think we want to make sure we're able to do. So it's kind of nice that he's got nimble, so we'll be able to wear light armor and still get stuff where we can see. Okay. Let's not fix up this shirt. All right, we got tons of money. So what we want to do with our money is find some new bros, pay the dismissal costs of these two bros. Once we've got, let's see if I can get like a couple before I do that. And then we also need to get back up to Tonderborg because we need to get trash comps, heavy armor, and presumably some other bros will hit level 11 reasonably soon, though we've got a lot of like level 9, so maybe we're kind of far away. We could do a return stolen item quick while we're here at C-Stat. I kind of need to repair relations with them a little bit. I might do that quick. And then we'll take the boat to Ras Sanan and then sweep through the south. Looking for fresh boys. Fresh meat. At least the bros you want to hire are cheap. Yeah. So true. The Dregs don't ask for much. I guess Eldazari's kind of got some missing hit points. I don't want a random like throwing weapon to take him out. That'd be so sad. You feel the recruiting pain. You've been looking for a cultist / historian for 24 days on a lone wolf run. You have the recruiter and have been clearing out cheap hires and just keep making laps. Yeah, I know that pain. You feel like you see them constantly when you're not looking for them. And I did decide for this run we can have an honorary book reading nerd, non-dreg that can join us just to read the book and then be gone. Oh, I should have just attacked this guy twice. What am I doing? Stunned? Once you start losing too much, it becomes very difficult to come back. The enemies are way stronger as time passes. Are you right to assume this? No. So, kind of. Contract scaling is based on your company strength. So you can basically always use contracts as a tool to kind of get back into the game. Because you're asking about vanilla and everything, right? Because you're the, I think you were saying earlier you're new. Yeah, so contract scaling is based on your party strength. So you should be able to come back in that way. The only maybe questionable contracts will be like ones associated with like the crisis if you've got like Noble War or something like that going on. Maybe avoid those. But otherwise you can do the other contracts and then kind of come back. You got the game 3 days ago, can't put it down. Good. This twist again. All right, we'll pay at 8:30 to return it. That's what we'll do. Awesome, brother. Yeah, I'm really glad you're enjoying it. It is. Let me put it this way. When did I get this game? I didn't get it as early as some people. I have several thousand. I have a few thousand hours in this game now. It's very good. And the more you play it, I think the more you'll appreciate certain aspects about it. It's a very good game. You get all the DLCs and you're playing on expert, all the difficulties up, you keep losing and it keeps getting better. You love the challenge. Good. I did the same thing. My very first campaign, and I don't recommend other people do this, but I was just like, I'm gonna turn all the difficulty settings up to the highest. I'm gonna play on highest settings, Iron Man, let's go. And I don't even really remember the deaths or anything, but I know obviously, like I just died over and over and over again. And I remember I finally got like one campaign off the ground, and I didn't have the DLCs yet. I just had the base game, and I can't remember the exact circumstances of why I was hostile to one of the noble factions. I don't remember why. I think it might have been where the game. Yeah, I don't remember. Anyway, I got ambushed by a noble army in the swamp, and I remember thinking at the time, I'm like, my bros are real strong. I got bullseye on my archers. I got all these other like really good, things going on. I felt very confident. And then that noble army ambushed me in the swamp. And I remember thinking that they were so powerful and they came from all sides. The arbalesters were just like headshotting my bros. Their Zweihanders came in and then just like lopped their heads off in one giant great sword swing. And I remember in that moment, as my company got ambushed in the swamp and I finally had this great successful squad and they got decimated, I thought, this game is awesome. I want more of this. Bought all the DLCs and then just like kept grinding out campaigns. And here we are. All right, let's go to Ras Sanan. They've got ambush trade routes here. We maybe could have, well, oh well. And no one for us to recruit. Sad. Very, very, very sad. And actually, I'm a little tempted to buy a potion of knowledge, though I don't want to buy it for ambush trade routes prices. So maybe we take care of the trade routes and then purchase that. But I think that's a problem for, you guessed it, tomorrow's Slurgy. Maybe tomorrow's Slurgy, the Slurgy of tomorrow, will have more luck. Maybe. Right? We obviously can't know this, but we can guess. We can assume. It can't get worse. It can't get worse. So that's what I'm gonna call it for the evening. Send you guys over to our boy Ghost Wizards. The slot machine mindset. I mean, if 6 failed and only 3 succeeded, it's practically guaranteed that our next one will succeed, because that's how probabilities work. Everybody knows it. And so, to all of you, wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. Ta-ta.